Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, welcome to Studiotopia. Today we will be telling stories about hope, stories of reinvention, disruption, and systemic change to reclaim our future. My name is Rachel Donald, and I'm your host for the day. I investigate why the world is in crisis. I'm the creator of Planet Critical, the podcast and newsletter for A World in Crisis, where I interview experts on the intersection between the energy, economic, and ecological crises, and I will be guiding you through today. The future does indeed look dystopian, but I would argue it is only a logical consequence of our dystopian presence. The problems faced by our fragile planet and fracturing societies are crises of today. These crises demand a thinking. Sorry, there's a little robot making some noise in the background. These crises demand a thinking which is not just forward-looking, but backwards-looking, sideways-looking, and upside-down-looking. We need to rapidly diversify the perspectives we share on our relationships to the world and each other. We must look to the artists as much as we look to the scientists, to industry, as well as to the stars and the soils. There is a world of possibility and transformation already waiting for us, like the fresh fruit under ripe orange peel. That world is bursting with hope, straining under the husk of what has been and what soon will be no more. But that world is also fragile, as all beautiful things tend to be, filled with the seeds of what could be. It is our role to nurture and care and steward what is beautiful and fragile, and to remember that we are such too. It is sometimes easy to forget. The trifecta of our energy resources, material resources, and economic system have placed human beings at the nexus of will and power, with which we have mostly unwittingly redesigned the biosphere, the atmosphere, our oceans, the lands, and the ecosystems. The human world has been robust and dominant, toppling biological limits like dominoes for hundreds of years. But now we are running up against different limits. Limits set by the planet itself, who, having absorbed much of the abuse, now erupt back at us. Our machines are brittle in the face of the Earth's changing climate, as are our political systems and our economic systems. We cannot engineer our way out of a problem that is not a problem of engineering. This is a problem of relationality, of language, of death, and of the fragility of life that we struggle to accept. For to do so would be to look our own finitude in the face and see looking back at us the great unknown. Today begins with a panel discussion on systemic change through eco-urban planning. Using Barcelona as a case study, architects Neda and Katja will provide an overview of how sustainable design puts the needs of the most vulnerable at the center of every question, before discussing the local challenges of such design around the world, including how to make paramount the rights of urban nature. I'll then hand over to Katharina Meyer, who is moderating the panel on adaptation, discussing sustainable technologies specially developed and adapted to local needs and conditions in order to create resilience. After the break, we'll hear today's keynote presentation on how a climate movement was sparked in the film industry to green this important creative space. Pheline Roggan will be discussing how she turned a difficult phase of climate anxiety, panic, and helplessness into successfully campaigning for the sustainable film production, and how she confronts the crisis with the idea that we are not yet living in the best of all possible worlds. I'll then host our session on more than human co-creation with artist Jiabao on the necessity of diversifying our perspectives of the world to include nature and the species with whom we share this planet. After a short break, I'm moderating the panel on green industrialization and the challenges faced by green entrepreneurs seeking to deploy disruptive technology. Denis Azhar and Thomas Bürgler will contextualize these challenges, both in their respective industries and in the wider economic and political paradigm. I'll then hand over to Miha Turcik for the panel on systemic change through climate literacy, showcasing different strategies and use cases for climate literacy, both in the public spaces and specific industries. Finally, to end the day, as an audience, we'll enjoy an interactive game session in which we create a new planet together. I will also be making an exciting announcement, so stay tuned in the middle of the afternoon. And some housekeeping in our final minutes. We really want to know what you think of each of these sessions. So there will be a QR code which pops up throughout the day on the screen, not on this piece of paper, which you can scan with the camera on your phone and leave feedback about the panel that you'll have just seen. If you prefer, there are also paper forms that you can fill out. I believe that they're on your seats, and you can drop them off in the box at the door on your way out. I'll be reminding you throughout the day, but this feedback really ensures that we can sort of ameliorate these conferences and these panels as we go forward, both this weekend and in the years to come. Of course, I would like to thank everyone who made today possible, including the incredible Studiotopia team who have worked tirelessly to bring us an excellent program today and throughout the week. I don't believe that a world of siloed intellectual discussion is one in which we can begin to grasp the complexities of the challenges we face. While the planet may be finite, and how grateful we should be for that finitude, our imagination is not. It cannot be that we only look to scientists or to engineers or to politicians to understand what it is that we face today. We must look to artists. We must look to young people. We must look to people across different cultures, many of whom already have the answers to some of the questions that we hold, but who simply have not been asked or who have been denied access to the spaces where discussion is being held. That's why I firmly believe that conferences like this, discussions like this, that cross intellectual divides, that invite a varied perspective of what to do, really are the key to crafting solutions that grasp at the complexity that we're facing today. I was in an event last night, actually, on the polycrisis, which is a word that you'll probably hear today. And the very first question from the audience was, but what do we do? So if you've come here today looking for solutions about what to do, I'm afraid you're going to be slightly disappointed. There are lots of things that we can do, but fundamentally what we need to do at this moment is learn from one another and learn what could be deployed where we are in our world. I want everyone to leave today thinking about what you can do in your life to make your part of the world better, both for yourself, for your community, and for the wider community that we are going to discuss today. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. There is no global solution to this incredibly complex problem. There are lots of different things that we need to do in order to change our relationships to the world and to one another, which will then have second, third, fourth order effects that we cannot yet foresee. So I just ask you to ease into that throughout the day as we perhaps butt up against things that look like more problems or different problems. That is the nature of discussing complexity together, but it is something that we are capable of doing when we discuss together. We can create infinite worlds by pooling what we know, what we believe, and what we hope for. By doing so, each of those infinite worlds could be enough for all of us. That is a future that we can hope for, planted with the seeds of the present. To get there, however, we must take care of the soil. Thank you. Still me. So our first panel today will be with Neda Kostandinovic and Katja Schechtner, and I promise I did practice those before going up on stage. Neda is an architect and an urban planner. Her professional career started in 2010 in Barcelona Regional Urban Development Agency, working on international projects. And since 2016, she's been coordinating international tasks and participation in cities networks from the Climate Office and afterwards from the Office of the Chief Architect of the City of Barcelona. Katja is an urban scientist who develops new technologies and shapes innovative policies to keep cities on the move, advising governments around the world on how to build better cities. She currently researches the reassessment of the position of nature within digital urbanism with MIT LCAU and MIT Sensible City Lab. Her work has been exhibited at the Venice Architecture Biennale and Ars Electronica, among others, and her latest exhibition, Women Building Cities, is currently touring Europe. With Natia and Katja, we will be discussing systemic design that goes beyond functionality or aesthetic to promote different social relationships that put the vulnerable at the heart of every decision that we make, because there is no way of creating a sustainable world without protecting our most vulnerable. We'll be discussing the rights of urban nature, looking at the city of Pittsburgh as an example that has enshrined the rights of urban nature in their city constitution. We'll be talking about the participation process with the public, political will for getting such different ideas off of the ground. And we'll be beginning by using Barcelona as a case study of a city that has achieved really wonderful things in recent years. Please welcome Neda and Katja to the stage. Well, first of all, thank you very much for joining us today. It's great to have both of you here and your accumulated expertise, which is wonderful. Neda, let's begin with you. If you could begin discussing how it is that Barcelona has sort of shifted its understanding of sustainability with regards to social relationships and vulnerability. I don't know. Say something again into the mic.
Hello.
No?
Should I press something?
Let's try to speak into that one, the yellow one.
Hello.
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Ars Electronica, for inviting me. It's a very big pleasure. First time for me in Ars Electronica. And I love speaking about Barcelona, so thank you so much for asking me. And the only challenge is how to speak about Barcelona 5 minutes. Well, it's like I could speak for hours. Okay, so I'll try to be brief. So, you know, Barcelona city is a very dense and compact city, one of the densest cities in Europe, very small, so it's only 100 square kilometers, 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers, so very dense and compact, easy for walking, cycling, right? It's typical Mediterranean city with all these its advantages and disadvantages of this density, and with the struggling with the problems with the climate change, especially with the heat waves, droughts, and heavy rains. When it rains, let's say it doesn't rain a lot, but when it rains in a very short period of time, very big quantity of water. So there is a need for management of this as well. The city of Barcelona is very committed with climate since many years ago. And our umbrella plan is climate plan for the city of Barcelona from 2018 that was approved, and then with 2020 we declared a climate emergency, accelerating some important actions in order to achieve this climate neutrality for 2050, and then with the European other initiatives accelerating this for 2030, achieving climate neutrality for 2030. So the city is very committed, and the climate plan is the plan with the 4 pillars, which is very ambitious as well, and aligned with the Paris Agreement. So the plan is with, regarding adaptation, mitigation, that I will talk more, and then climate justice and the citizen participation, collaboration projects within about this climate plan. Okay, so. About mitigation and adaptation, so as I said, the city of Barcelona is a very dense and compact city, and one of the problems in Mediterranean cities in general, and such a dense cities, is a lack of green space. So imagine that, for example, in some neighborhoods in the city, there is less than 2 square meters per person of green, when World Health Organization recommends around 10 square meters per person of green for health reasons. So this is something very critical, and the city tackled this with the climate plan as well, putting the objective to increase 1 square meter per person of green for 2030, which means for the city of 1.6 million inhabitants, it means 160 hectares of new green in the city that is built, compact, constructed, with no space for building this green. Okay, so there is no space for making big parks in the city. There is one big park, okay, Ciutadella Park, and so how to do this? The question is how we can manage this regarding health, no? So as you said, putting most vulnerable people and putting people in the center of its strategy, tackling health problems. So there are many strategies, I will not talk about all of them, but for example, so the city of Barcelona, as you said, in latest years, removed huge infrastructure dedicated to car, like for example, Parque de las Glorias, no? It was a huge infrastructure dedicated to car mobility, removed this, and now it's in the process of construction of one of the biggest parks of 10 hectares, more or less, for people. There is a photo that you can see running around. As a climate shelter as well, and for citizens, etc. Or, for example, removing the highway, literally a highway of 12 lanes running, crossing the city and making like a scar between the neighborhoods. And since many years ago, there is the big demand from citizens to change this and to remove this highway from the city center. It's Meridiana Avenue, so I invite you when you come to Barcelona to see the transformation. It used to be 12 lanes highway, and now there is one lane each side, and in the middle there is like La Rambla, no, this typical public space similar to La Rambla, no, for socializing, for spending time, for playing with the children playground, putting green, autochthon green. So 10 years ago, more or less, we switched in Barcelona from this ornamental green. So the objective is not making city beautiful, as you said. The objective is putting infrastructural green that has a function in climate and it requires less maintenance, because we also struggle with the lack of water in the city. So we need species that are autochthon and that are from the territory and adapted to the climate. Then the next strategy, as I said, we transform big areas of transformation, but also tackling this problem with taking out cars from the city streets, from medium-sized streets, 20-meter wide streets, with a strategy of superblocks that you probably heard about. It's a strategy that removes cars from the city and replacing this space for the pedestrian priority spaces for citizens. Again, for socializing, meeting, for spending time, putting green as much as possible. No, as I said, in the city there is already built. We try to take advantage of every pocket, to put more green, etc. No, there is this strategy, and also we are now recently working on the complementary strategies on proximity spaces, improving spaces that are actually, we detected that there is like a 30% of the space, public space, that are actually unused, like block interiors, some space pockets, or in the blocks or in between buildings, etc., or rooftops, etc., that can be improved, and again for green and making proximity green for all the residents in the city. So, for example, this latest strategy that I'm now talking about also includes improving shades, putting shadows in the city. You know that we struggle with heat and heat waves in Barcelona, and Barcelona has a lot of trees. There is 1.5 million trees. Almost we treat them like persons, because there's like similar number of trees and persons. Most of them are located in the parks and the natural areas, but 300,000 are located on the streets. So there is a lot of shades by trees, but where there is no possibility to build, to plant a tree, there is like a possibility to build a shade space, with the pergolas, photovoltaic pergolas, etc., etc. And also we work on the rooftops and green facades in order to improve this green wherever it's possible. So we are building green facades. We just published the international competition for young architects within the Barcelona in 2026 will be, this is my last point, and I will end with this. Barcelona in 2026 will be it's UNESCO World Capital of Architecture. So I invite you all to join us in 2026, and there will be a Congress of Architecture. And I'm linking now with the previous, there is the International Competition for Young Architects for building 10 new green facades in the city of Barcelona, and also there will be improving rooftops, etc. So I don't want to be more extensive. I'm sorry. As I said, I could speak for an hour at least, or 45 minutes, but I will hand over to Katja, and we will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I love the passion that you have for Barcelona, and I can totally understand why. I mean, I think if any of us lived in these kinds of cities that are really taking actions and seeing beyond the superficiality of sustainability, a little anecdote to show just how mad that can be. When the Football World Cup was hosted in Qatar, right? Wasn't it? Qatar, a year or two ago, they imported old growth trees from Malaysia. So they ripped up about 80 old growth trees because essentially they knew that Western people coming to watch would like to see greenery, or at least have the idea of this being a sustainable event. And so that's what can essentially happen when you just look at the superficiality of sustainability targets rather than really understanding the depths of it, which is how do we reorganize the public space, and how do we protect the most vulnerable, and how do we also think about the future. Katja, you do this all over the world, advising governments, and so you were saying that on our preparation call that there are local challenges which ensure that it's not possible to just copy and paste one strategy. What are some of the challenges then of urban sustainable design around the world?
Thank you. Well, I think Neda just showed us many excellent examples, many ideas how you can go forward. And we see these similar examples in different cities, in different cultures. I mean, you see in the background running hopeful cities. So in Seoul, they stopped using a highway, they abolished it for cars and made a long park in it. And we all know the highway, the line in New York who inspired this. By the way, this is Liz Stiller, same one who did the highway line in New York. She built a huge park in the city center in Moscow, right next to Red Square, which also shows us that in the past, cities like Moscow actually led and were forward thinking, but we also see, of course, the backlash that we see politically now. And this is probably one of the things that relates to your question, and we've discussed it a bit in front. We have many good ideas, but we do have political discord, political change, and people who think that different aspects are good for going forward. The people who become mayors and actually want to push forward private cars, want to build highways, they are not technically mostly mean in themselves. They know that the amount of cars you have, especially in developing or in global south countries, is helps heighten the economic performance, which actually puts people out of poverty, which is something we want to do as well. So there is always the issue of how forward can you be looking and what actual problem you currently have to address. Barcelona, many European cities, we have our richness lies in our infrastructures that we've built over centuries. So we can build on top. We can actually think about how to green it, how to work with it. And we also have to be very, very, very detailed and specific with this. So Barcelona, you just said, you have to build in autochthon species. However, I've had this discussion a lot. In a global changing climate, maybe you should actually look to species that come from sub-Saharan Africa rather than looking at species that grew in Spain over a time. So these are tiny issues. And the same issues, the same local issues, so you cannot just transform something, is somewhere else. And that relates to something you said, is like we all use and think of green as a great way for shade, as a great way for cooling down. But you can't grow trees in Qatar. So those really thinking of what is my local problem And how do I address it? How do I create shade if I build a city in Qatar or in Saudi Arabia? And how do I adapt to these local issues in a clever way? This is a big problem or big question that we have there.
I want to stick on this point around the local nature, right? Because I think that this is a really good showing the tension between what do we do locally, what do we do globally, how do we think holistically about what is local? Because the European Parliament at the moment is sort of spearheading this framework for biodiversity offsetting, which works very similar to carbon offsetting, in which essentially we say, okay, you can destroy this part of biodiversity if you save this part of biodiversity. And it's a European-wide framework, and so it means you can kill bats in Spain because you're saving, I don't know, birds in Greece. And it completely misses the complexity of our ecosystems upon which we all depend, and the fact that you can't just deplete something over here, raise it up over here. Yeah, I'll get you. And so I suppose the thing that I'm interested in is that, you know, in Europe in particular, our ecosystems are dramatically depleted. Our forests are practically gone. We are at huge risk of desertification. And improving biodiversity is one way, not to get around it, but at least to create these first lines of defenses. So are we in danger of using the complex, global, holistic perspective that we have on the world in a way that actually damages local projects or local resilience?
So I've been for the last few years researching the ideas of nature, what ideas of nature we have in cities, and actually, you know, trying to think about, you said actually the word, the green and blue infrastructures. Should we treat them as infrastructure, or should we treat them as an ecosystem, as nature in itself, as a partner, which is, you see, Pittsburgh has the rights of nature. So you negotiate, actually, you think about the needs of the other species there. And in architecture and urbanism, you've probably all heard of multi-species urbanism. Or multi-species cities like Jiabao will be talking about. So our concept of nature tends to be extremely over-romanticized and extremely traditional and local. I mean, we have here those plants in the background. They look quite a lot like mice to me. You know, what we now define as local to Europe was before Columbus reached the Americas, because tomatoes and potatoes were not here. So our idea about nature, our idea about biodiversity, our idea about what trees to plant. And here I speak to a long career of my father. My father tried to bring trees from the United States to Europe because he saw two things. They grew faster economically because it is the amount of growth you can have in trees, whether it's economically or CO2 storage, and also they needed less water. But a lot of people fought against it because they were not native. But what is native? Because the same species of, I don't know, Douglasia, whatever, is actually global. So we really have to question what we include in biodiversity, what we think is native or invasive, and all the other dichotomies with whom we are working, you know? Nature is a threat. We build cities actually as a protection against nature, or nature is a savior. All those things really need to be clear about it, and especially in cities to think about it. And biodiversity includes a lot of unwanted nature. And we have to come up with strategies so that we can actually live with it, but also accept that as humans we have a place in it, and the place is also our own well-being, and not it got out of balance, but it is also our own well-being. So, you know, and it's also like, if you kill one spider, that doesn't mean you kill the whole species. So the whole thing is lots of good intentions on the EU side of biodiversity, the Renaturierungsverordnung. I'm all for renaturalization. This is all good work and ideas and the right step in the right, it is a right step in the right direction. But as architects and urbanists and landscape planners, we need to ask ourselves to not overly romanticize what's native and what's foreign, and to actually work with the changing natures. I think that's important.
Thank you, Katja. Neda, how is Barcelona identifying what is native nature? And perhaps also as well, how did you come to use this term of green infrastructure?
Yeah, I would say, I will maybe continue what Katja just said. I would say that in the cities is necessary a perfect balance. It's not about heading over to nature or heading over to not nature. It's about perfect balance that is very difficult to achieve. In Barcelona, the thing is that during times, since 60s, let's say that this perfect balance was a little bit went towards the use of car and all the Fordism, and the cities, in my opinion, went to be more for car and less for people. Less for people and less for nature, obviously. And most of the cities became quite difficult to live in. That's the most important thing, that we saw that cities are being left by residents and people because it's not healthy to live there. It's very noisy. Noise is another component that also affects very highly health as well. We know we have data in Barcelona. So specifically with this such a dense and compact cities like Barcelona, Mediterranean cities, so the thing is that how to achieve and to bring back this balance between the nature. We often, our experts from green departments, we don't use the term renaturalization of the city, because the city never was nature. We say naturalization of the city because we wanted to make more with nature, to live with nature. So your question about species and about how we choose green and how we work with green. I'm not an expert in green. I'm an architect and working in international, but what I learned from my colleagues is that our main concern is this perfect balance, again, about having enough green in the city, with a city that struggle with water and water scarcity. We just had 2 years almost without rain in Barcelona, in all Catalan region. So there was a very, very big problem. There is a very big drought. All the alarms were activated. We had there is all the management of the scarcity of water and how the city can manage, because you achieve a point where you activate desalination plant, which is very harmful for climate, etc., etc. So this is all about perfect balance, right? Then we got a lot of rain lately, just in June and May, and these deposits, they got a little bit better in terms of water. Nevertheless, we know that Barcelona and all this region is very scarce with water, and in future it's going to be even more. We have vulnerability analysis and assessment, and we know that with the climate change and climate problem, we will always have much more heat in the summer, less water, so less rain, big droughts, but more heavy rains. There is an interesting fact that can be interesting for you as well. In Barcelona, rains exactly the same like in London. Imagine this.
Really?
It's the same quantity of water. The thing is that in London, rains this like a very smooth rain every day, all the time. And in Barcelona, rains is like 3 hours, quantities of water, very big, that you have to manage. Another question that I would like to raise here is that our cities, especially cities in transformation, in development, are jumping to be to have natural soil that let's say absorb these heavy rains and water. Nevertheless, in Barcelona, we got 60% of the space of the city paved and permeable soil, which means that when it rains a lot, you have literally like the rivers, on the streets. So you have to manage this. If you build the city and you densify the city and build the soil, the natural soil, and make it unpermeable, you have to make then the infrastructure, but real infrastructure, not soft green infrastructure, but real very expensive infrastructure that will, like in Barcelona, there are 11 huge deposits that I invite you, when you come to Barcelona, you can visit one of them. They are literally like cathedrals underground that absorb heavy rain, and then slowly, after the heavy rain, slowly release this water to the wastewater treatment plant, because otherwise you wouldn't have clean beaches, because all the water, dirty water, will go to the sea, right? There is a lot of work. It's about perfect balance. It's about working all together in the cities with the citizens. No political will. You said there have to be strong political will on working to tackle these problems. There have to be, in my opinion, a transformation within the city. Now I talk about my experience because I work for the city, but transformation within the city departments to work transversally. So not like I'm from this department and I'm from this department and I work my thing and you work your thing. No, we have to work all together, because it's all about this machine that works and function to achieve this, I believe, possible perfect balance in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Katja, I want to ask you about this political will, because you mentioned how in the past, Neda, cities were kind of built around cars, really, the need for cars. And there's been very interesting research recently and sort of investigations by journalists that show, certainly in the United States, how cities were actually built in order to provide a literal physical market space for the car industry. So there seems to be a tension right now between political will and economic pressure. Because whilst politics is perhaps moving, or at least superficially moving in the right direction of being aware of the climate problem, some of the pushback is A, it's too expensive, and B, we haven't really done anything to change the economic paradigm, which has been fundamental in causing this issue in the first place. So Katja, when you are advising governments on how to make these necessary and very expensive shifts, and also shifts with regards to mindset, frankly, how do you manage that tension between that necessity and the economic pressures that can ensure that we continue, that in 2024 slums are still being built, or, homes are being built without enough insulation, or nature is being disregarded totally?
It is an in-depth understanding that you can make probably one or two steps forward, but as much as a researcher, I would like to change the world like now, it takes time. So I accept that when I'm advising on building a huge new capital in Asia, that a lot of the housing will be built by real estate developers who want to see some return on their investments. And then the discussion is, what's a fair amount of return? So that they will actually have the capital, that they will actually do it there, and what's a fair amount of return, and how can we that achieve by, mandating in it, because we've learned it, that they also make, with their money, the good public spaces around it, but do make the public spaces public. The problem is you have real estate developers and they make lovely natural surroundings, but then they try to cordon it off. So those are things you have to go into the real details in the negotiations and see where you have the wiggle room. If they accept 5.2% of return instead of 2.5% of return, and with this you work. And when it comes to cities or industries, yes, we do. Not everybody accepts the idea. Well, my usual answer on the car problem is, guys, we are a growing planet. 2 billion more people in the next 60 years. So there is a market for cars. Because we will have regions where we cannot just do everything with public transportation. It would just not make sense. But in the cities, we can make this shift. So again, when it comes to cars, you have to have a balanced idea. In cities, actually putting in public transportation, like we did in Peshawar with the Asian Development Bank, a BRT system, it improves the economy and it doesn't hurt the existing economy, because there is other opportunities out there. And I think I know part of me is an academic. I demand that the rights of nature be accepted and that we negotiate in a participatory process. with nature because that's just and right. But if I build cities and I'm practical, I work on the 0.05% of interest rates, or on the actual balance by saying, in this region you can do this, but in the cities we have to do differently. And there is no other way. When I come to Europe, though, I work a lot in the global south. When I come to Europe, though, I would go and say, Barcelona, you're doing a few really good things, but the competition for green facades, we might discuss, because the amount of money, the amount of plants they do not grow this way. Yes, we have one thing that are the green vines, you can use those, but the amount of water, the amount of infrastructure, the amount of maintenance you have to put into a green wall or facade that it actually works is insane compared to like the 50 trees you can plant for that would do more. So yes, I'm always like trying, I'm so much for trying new things. Like, yeah, do it, convince me, do new things, yeah. But that's possible in a city of Barcelona who's doing a lot of other things, who can do that on top. But we also have to be very, very careful, which brings us back to something you said. Forgive me for saying, but most of the green facades in Europe are the same kind of greenwashing as taking 80 trees from Malaysia to Qatar, if you have not done everything else first, which is reducing the parking spaces and putting the trees there, making the pavements permeable, telling the people that life in Paris for Paris citizens is great, and they use 30 square meters less than Austrians do on average. So, there is a lot of things to do. Forgive me for saying, again, before you do green facades.
I want to ask a difficult question to both of you, which is Barcelona and generally our cities, are they built to survive the inevitable, I would say, resource crises that we are going to see around the world? You've talked a little bit about water, but also we need to bear in mind that there will very, very likely be more and more significant energy crises, certainly in Europe, likely in the United States, that will eventually catch up around the rest of the world. So when we are redesigning these eco-cities, are we also taking into consideration the perhaps necessity of them being able to survive with less in the future?
Thank you, Rachel. I would just maybe answer to you, Katja. When we explain, like as my part of the job is explaining best practices from Barcelona to international delegations, etc. So it's very important that, as you said in the beginning, every city has a different context, and we have to see, of course, when we talk about examples in Barcelona, you cannot put and copy these examples in another context or in another. So I perfectly understand what you're saying. You cannot build green facades if you didn't do anything before, etc., or if you don't have basic infrastructure for functioning the city like in developing world. So I totally agree with you, but in this case, I mean, I don't want to make any more information on this, but it's like it's a necessity for our city and for our context. So replying on your question, Rachel, I'm not like maybe the best person and expert on talking about general resources. What I can explain is that we work a lot on reducing resources, obviously, of consumption. For example, in Barcelona, average consumption of water is 100 liters per person per day, which is very low comparing to other cities, even though there are objectives to reduce even this. There's like a lot of education and a lot of information on how you reduce your footprint and how you can improve your way of living and change your habits, which is the most difficult part of person when you have to change your own habit or how you live and how you moved in the city, how you actually do the things. So, but what I can maybe explain, and was in relation in your first question and first statement was, for example, the cities, and to add in my previous, what I explained, is that cities were built for car in 20th century and for productivity and for efficiency. And what we need now is to look cities with a gender perspective, for the most vulnerable people. So that's for example, in Barcelona, we do work with the gender perspective and trying to look and analyze what are the other users, not only car, because cities were made for people who go to work and they have to go efficiently, fast, working age men that goes from A to B. But there is a whole world around of care and people that actually take care of other people, women who do different kind of like movements in the city, and normally by foot or by public transportation so we have to give them space also, and for most vulnerable, for providing shades and providing infrastructure for sitting and for playing and for staying. So this is important also point of view on switching from this fast living city to the slow living city and care in the cities and paying attention on other people that are more than 50%. That's actually are thanks to them we are here, and etc. So this is something also interesting I wanted to underline.
Thank you, Neda. We're going to have to go to Katja because I want somebody to answer this question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Neda. I'm sorry, Rachel, but there is a wrong question. There is something like, no, it's, of course, it's a super valid question. My answer for this is, cities are the most sustainable form of living on this planet. The high density means we benefit immensely from closeness in mobility. We benefit from warming or cooling each other, as long as not the whole planet is already a desert. And even then, cities are way more sustainable than any other form of settlement. And this is really, really hard to grasp for people because they think little villages with their little gardens around it and the lovely little old houses are more sustainable. No, they are not, because toothbrushes do not grow on trees. Neither do medication or all the other things that you need. If you do not have immensely dense cities where people accept that they have 1 to 2 square meters of green and not 50 in their backyard with their own lawnmower, then we fundamentally underestimate what engines of sustainability cities are. We could do differently, but this is also implied always in the question. Not on a planet with 10 billion people who actually want to live better and have the absolute right to live better than to walk 2 hours to get some soiled water sources. And cities are engines of providing this and actually of, forgive me for saying this, for saving this planet in a sustainability crisis. That does not mean, and this is probably what you alluded to and you had it in your question, is of course we must think more about how we design cities, how it could use less space. Again, look to Paris, how lovely it is in many ways to live in Paris on 30 square meters less per person than an Austrian average does. It's a working thing. If you want to have a lot of lively ground floor zones, you need to have a lot of footfall there, so you go bar. So we have to be clear about the amount of space, the amount of energy we use for mobility systems, the amount of opportunities we give, the amount of sponge cities, so like permeable surfaces. We can do a lot better, but without cities, and dense cities in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, in Latin America. South America is 83% urbanized. Forget about your lovely idea about the village in Chiles or Andes. It is urbanization that is sustainable if done right.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Neda. Thank you very much, both of you, for your expertise. I would love to continue these conversations with you, but we are running out of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
That was Okay, I would like to welcome Katharina Meyer to the stage, who's going to be moderating the discussion on technologies of resilience. Katharina, thank you.
I'd like to welcome my co-panelists who should be here, Mohamed, Dani, and Andrei. Join me on stage, please.
Thank you. I'd love to get you both on the show as well. I'd love to get you on the show to discuss Barcelona.
I welcome you to the panel Adapting Technologies of Resilience and Locality, I might add. And the motto of the entire conference is Hope, Who Turns the Tide, and some of the people are here with me. I'm going to give a short intro on our topic, and then there will be presentations and a panel discussion. The usual pathway of technologies available off the shelf into our lives is they are developed, standardized, produced, packaged, acquired, and plugged. But can technology be that universal? For whom and which conditions? A changing environment and unequal conditions of living lead to situations where this approach fails. Utilities need to be adapted, torn apart, questioned, optimized, or entirely new approaches developed to make technology work for us and not for perceived norms that are untenable. My guests on stage all share an approach in adapting technologies to adversary conditions and a special relationship to tides and other elements from water to soil and sun. You can see two of their installations in the Staatspreis exhibition. I recommend doing that if you haven't already. For instance, in 2015, there was a devastating flooding in the Tindouf camps, affecting 25,000 Sahrawi refugees in the desert. Infrastructure, home and supplies were damaged. Electricity is poor in Rojava in northern Syria, Kurdistan, due to war, damage and scarcity of fuel and restrictions because Turkey is prohibiting access to water and power access. Turbulent is installing eco-friendly turbines in remote areas where the only steady current is water flow. Please welcome with me Dani Ploeger, artist and cultural critic, investigating everyday technologies in extreme circumstances, working in Rojava in the Netherlands. Sahrawi artist Mohamed Sleiman Labat, with heritage in Western Sahara, currently living in a refugee camp in Algeria, operating out of a makeshift art studio. And Andrei Baicu, working for the company Turbulent, a fabricator of hydropower systems deployed in remote areas, for instance in Chile, Indonesia, as well as Versailles, where there's often no grid, no infrastructure or commercial interest in providing access. In their presentations, they will share their prototype systems adapted to local needs and conditions. For instance, the revolutionary solar-powered fridge, a sandapodic gardening system, and turbines working with natural water flow. Welcome, Dani, Andrei, and Mohamed.
Rojava revolution, which takes place in northeast Syria, is social democratic revolution based on grassroots democratic ecology and gender equality. And Rojava means west of Kurdistan, which is divided into 4 parts: Iran, Turkey, Syria, and Iraq. And Rojava, this part of Kurdistan in northeast Syria. The situation of electricity in Rojava actually is, let's say, miserable. Over 5 months, there is no general electricity at all after the Turkey attack on power stations. But still people depend on generators. And they have electricity just for few hours per day. In the villages and the countryside, where there is no generators, some few families have their private generators, but the others, they don't have at all. They don't have electricity at all. The situation of electricity actually affects the food preserving a lot. Especially people in the countryside, they need to go shopping every day and travel like far distance, and there is actually no transportation, and if there is, it's expensive. They went shopping just once per month, but nowadays, because they don't have food, because it goes spoiled, no place or no refrigerator, no electricity to sell their food, so they have to go shopping every day, which is very difficult.
In this context, the globalized refrigerator, which you see here in the center of Kamishlo, which looks the same almost anywhere in the world now, does not work and is not appropriate in two ways. First of all, technically, it's very inefficient. You need a lot of solar panels, so a lot of money to operate it, but also ideologically, the design of this refrigerator is coherent with the idea of the fitted kitchen and an idea of the future technologization and modernization that stems from a Euro-American consumer culture ideal. So what we are making and in this project is a refrigerator that responds to these two aspects. On the one hand, technically, it integrates a historical cooling method. You saw that in the beginning of this little clip here. You put two terracotta pots inside one another with sand, add water, and through vaporization it cools down. But it doesn't cool that much. So we added a contemporary element, but it doesn't require a lot of resources, namely a very small solar panel connected to an electric cooling unit with a Peltier element in it. That's the one aspect. The other aspect, however, is in the realm of the design. The design of the object also seeks to suggest a sense of technologization and futurity that is rooted in regional aesthetics and folklore. There is, and you see this here, there is a Kurdish tapestry shaped to go into the unit. The color of the unit is adjusted to local preference. There's gold, but also the shape of the unit on the one hand seems to refer to space travel or extraterrestrial fantasies, but on the other hand also connects to common architectural structures in the region, which you saw just before in the video, houses from the early 20th century and before. And here in the end, you can see us going to some communities where we tested the unit and had discussions on its further design and shape. What you cannot see here is the final design of this prototype, which actually has this cloth on it on the side as well. This object is in the STARTS exhibition over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dani. Mohamed, you're next in line if you want to, the clicker is at the computer, if you need the clicker for your presentation.
Oh, the clicker, yes. My name is Mohamed Sleiman Labat. I'm a Sahrawi artist from the Sahrawi refugee camps in the south of Algeria. This is my neighborhood. I live here, and this is one of the. It's not an exceptional moment. It's a typical scene for me to see. The sandstorms come in perhaps once or twice a month in the Hamada Desert, and it looks scary and big and loud and noisy and destructive. But we also know that it's such a force of life, carrying huge amounts of phosphorus from the desert, and it plays a very vital role in the general global ecosystem because it fertilizes the Amazon. It carries these phosphorus particles across the Atlantic Ocean and land in the Amazon basin. So as much as it is a force of death, it's also a force of life. Now the refugee camps where we are located and where I was born and grew up, I still live there, are the result. Wait. yes, are the result of the displacement of the Sahrawi people from Western Sahara following colonial and extractivist interest in phosphate deposits in Western Sahara, something that led to the displacement of the indigenous people of Western Sahara into the refugee camps in Algeria. And the refugee camps were settled in the Hamada Desert in 1975. So it's one of the longest refugee camps and displacement situations in the world. It's close now to 50 years. The refugee camps are starting to look like cities, but the uncertainty of what is going to happen today and tomorrow prevent people from settling in the sense that they will create long-term projects and sustainable projects. And one of the main challenges on a day-to-day basis is actually accessing food. The Sahrawi have been dependent on international food aid for all of these years, and you can imagine the food aid is limited in nutrition's value. And so a number of Sahrawi agriculture engineers, artists, and other community members came together and said, hey, if we can learn, and if the families could learn how to set up small-scale family gardens, then the community will be able to access fresh food. And so the journey of creating these gardens in the desert started a few years ago with many errors and mistakes and failures. Sandstorms hit, and then the crops go away. People didn't have enough water, and then the plants die. But it seems those problems actually ignited the knowledge to create solutions. So we don't have enough water, or the sand desert sucks the water. So an invention of sandoponic or sand-based gardens were created. And the idea is very basic, is to contain sand in a plastic film and then to retain water and then allow it somehow to be collected outside the system and put it back. Now, the gardens could be watered once a week, only once a week, and then we went up to maximum of 10 every 10 days. So can you imagine watering your garden 3 times a month? That's saving on water drastically. We've been able to get some fresh food and tomatoes and things in the middle of the desert. This is Mom, and this is our first time to get fresh tomatoes in the desert, in the middle of the desert. These kind of interventions show that when scientists, engineers and artists and community members come together, I'm not saying all the knowledge and the input is coming from the scientific community, because the input is also coming from the people. For example, I met some families who are creating shade houses instead of greenhouses because we have so much sun and it doesn't make sense to make greenhouses, so they create shade houses, all sorts of techniques to shade their gardens using whatever they have. It could be parts of Land Rover, it could be parts of their fabric or parts of their tents, but they make it work. And so this is the kind of intervention that works for the local context, stemming and built up on the local challenges and context, and it works well for us. This is the kind of technology we really need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohamed. Andrei, if you're ready.
Hello, I am Andrei, and I work in marketing at Turbulent. So what we do is we build systems around vortex turbines. So what is a vortex turbine? It's an invention from our 2 founders, which was a university project at first. So the idea is take the large idea of hydropower that we had before and apply it on a way smaller scale. So when we all think about hydropower, we think about these huge dams who have negative impacts on the surrounding areas. So I'm thinking about flooding areas, displacement of populations, and killing natural habitats. And when you take hydropower and you put it on a way smaller scale, you have this system that mitigates the negative impacts and deletes them, but we keep the positive impacts of hydropower, which is having a constant source of energy that runs 24/7 and is reliable. So we are a startup, so in the beginning we have a lot of experimentation to do. So our turbine, we thought at first the most productive use for it was going to be on a very small scale and to use for a single household. So we realized quickly that it is not the most efficient way and the best way to use its potential. So through a lot of iterations and experimentation throughout the years, we have arrived to the model that we are following today the most, which is rural electrification. So the principle is connecting multiple turbines along a river and in integrating them in a microgrid in villages, in rural areas. So these can connect places to live, this can connect hospitals, local utilities, and so forth. And they can also be combined with other sources of renewable energies such as solar. So the best way to illustrate this is to show you our latest project in Kenya. So as many rural areas in Kenya, Mathioya had to rely on diesel generators for their energy in their community. And because they couldn't access, they were too far from the national grid. So in order to break free from the negative impacts of diesel generators, which is the intermittency of energy, which is the pollution, and which is also the fact that they are very expensive, we decided to pursue a project where we installed 4 turbines across the river, which connect to a mini grid that is local and that connects the utilities, the businesses, and so forth. And that helps us to give the communities the energy they need for their activities. And one very important aspect of this project was including locals. So we include local workforce for the building of the project. We also train them to operate a turbine. We also train them to do the maintenance of our turbines. And we also had to include all the needs in order to design our system. Because of course we are doing it for them. So we must take their local needs and the energy usage and also their knowledge in order to design these systems. And also we wanted to make sure that we do not overstep on their culture and on what they are doing. So this is one of our projects, but we are currently active on 5 continents with a little more than 40 turbines active or in development. And we are currently pursuing more and more projects in the rural electrification world.
Thank you. Andrei? As different the context of your projects are in locality and preconditions, there are clearly some common traits that also connect them and challenges that connect all of you. So I wanted to open the panel with a philosophical question, or rather philosophical question. What are the preconditions of adaptability or change in materials, minds, norms, and deliberation? And this question goes to all of you, whoever feels motivated to answer. Please go ahead.
I think what is key in this project I just described is that an adaptability that is merely technocratic and tries to find a solution to somehow, in a green or sustainable way, live up to the expectations of a capitalist consumer culture as we have this now, are not actually a sustainable adaptation. The ambition of this project, and I think this is of fundamental importance, is to, in both ideologies as they are professed, but also in actual technical artifacts, to fundamentally challenge the idea of a singular futurity that is rooted in still a Euro-American fantasy of the future. And in this case, that's then the ordinary fridge, which we often take for granted, actually refers to the fitted kitchen, actually originates in 1950s United States, is coherent with the space age and fantasies of Hollywood sci-fi.
Maybe let me pose a follow-up question in regards to openness. There's clearly the need to have the technical knowledge, how to build a fridge. Then there can be openness, for instance, in licenses and so on. You need to be able to take fridges apart to learn about them, maybe. What other aspects of openness played a role when working with your maintainer community in Rojava that you built this fridge with? Did you have an initial different conception of what you wanted to build, and there needed to be an openness of what was built in the end?
This project originates from a collaboration. I am here. Jihan is part of the center as well, but she can't leave Syria. And there are a number of other people. The idea came in a kind of back and forth. I spent quite a long time there, and we started thinking about technical challenges, but also really connected to the ideals of this socialist anarchist revolution. And one of the key things is that we should not have centralized power, but therefore also not power in the sense of not electricity, but pouvoir, and also therefore not centralized technology. So the starting point in terms of access and things like that was that it must be a technology that is so simple, or as simple as possible, so it's possible to create it in a local context rather than needing very advanced devices. Now, of course, we still have a solar panel that comes from very far away because you can't make it there. But there is really there has been the ambition to work like that. So we actually try to find solutions that need less highly specialized expertise.
And you deployed the capabilities of wool, for instance. The wool that was available in carpets, I saw as an insulating material, for instance. That is clearly a sign of a collaboration between...
That's true. But the wool we use here, these are actually, they are carpets that are actually really beautiful, I think, and very finely made. But this craft is disappearing, but also a lot of people are chucking out those carpets, even the one we saw in the video. So we kind of repurpose those, but it's not... so there's also a sense of trying to include or some sort of pride or connection to regional heritage, but it's not really that it definitely needs to have the wool. It can be another kind of cloth as well. So there is a flexibility in that as well. We don't need to source wool to make this fridge. That would be a bit difficult maybe also.
Any additions to the philosophical question, or shall we move on?
There's a tendency to think of technology as only these high-tech, very advanced, complex devices and systems and softwares. But technology is much, much bigger than that. The wheel is a technology. Fire is a technology. The bones is a technology. Stones and hammers, and you would come to history, check the calculating empires to check the technologies. So what kind of technology would work somewhere and that would not work somewhere else? People have been creating technology that worked for them, and we still don't consider it as a technology, but it worked for them for thousands of years. Now, to assume that just the invention of something that worked for some people would presumably work for everyone. We're back to colonialism. We're back to forcing ideas on others. There are inventions and ideas and practices that worked for thousands of years. They did not cost much, they did not create problems for the environment, and they did not require extraction and excavation of materials and waste. And so we need, in these times of climate change, we need to look into that kind of thinking where we can invent something, we can create, we can solve a problem, we can go around some of the challenges that we have, but without creating a big mess. It can be done with less.
Yeah, indeed. My idea was kind of similar, because I think that a lot of technologies are already available, and the challenge today is really to put them together in a creative way and to connect them in ways that they were not connected before.
Maybe knowledge is the ultimate technology. maybe what connects with what you already said, Mohamed, is when I was preparing for this panel, I was observing that there seems to be a link between incursions of natural phenomena like weather turning or loss or overabundance of water, and artificial incursions like borders and seizing of resources when people or states have been taking them away. For instance, in heavily disputed areas like West Sahara or Rojava. Where did this link impact your work and outlook especially? And can art, activism and innovation counter these incursions?
Yeah, I mean, it's what has happened to the Sahrawi people is an incredible, terrible situation over the years, and the displacement of the Sahrawi from Western Sahara because of the Spanish and then the Moroccan interest in phosphate deposits in Western Sahara, and my people can no longer go back as nomads and practice the nomadic way of living. Born in these refugee camps, I didn't have any connections with my roots, except through the stories and the narrations of my parents and grandparents. And I understand that there is that the disconnection is not only physical. It's not only just the physical disconnection with the land, but also with the ways of living, with the knowledge, the accumulation knowledges that the nomads have accumulated and gathered over the years of navigating and living and reading the landscape and the desert is lost, because I can't have access to that because we can't practice it. If there's one thing that we, the Sahrawi, have mastered is the ability to adapt. Even if we are put in this situation, which is abnormal, nomads should not be refugees, should not be stationary, we should be moving. But we need to adapt. And so we're engaging in new practices. We're starting from zero, from nomadic community to creating gardens. This is a complete change in our way of living. But it's about survival. It's not any fancy idea of greening the desert or anything. I get some comments like this: are you trying to green the desert? No, we don't want to green the desert. We want to keep the desert as it is, because we are the desert people, and we know that you shouldn't messing up with these big scale ecosystems. You live with them and you learn how to live with them, but you learn how to work with what you have. And so I think the way forward for not just for us, but for everyone, because sooner or later we're going to be facing challenges similar to what the Sahrawi are going through, maybe not politically, but ecologically as well, but in which we need knowledge of how to adapt and how to survive and how to respond to situations beyond our capacities. We will find ourselves at some point facing challenges that we have never thought about, that are beyond our capacities technologically and politically, and it's going to be tough. So how can we adapt and how can we survive? I think key element to this is to listen. To listen. And the ability to listen allows us to connect with past, present, and future. And this is very, very important, because I think much of what we do in the refugee camps now, trying to grow plants, is actually largely also inspired by how our people lived in the desert, because it's about how did the nomads manage to live in the desert with as little water as possible. That knowledge is still relevant today. It's not from the past. And so we take that, we benefit from it, we learn, we build up on it, and we move on forward. And I think this is very important, that as much as the situation is challenging, that we maintain these time and space connections that allows us to adapt and to move forward.
Yeah, I think that we must realize and make the distinction between the different case scenarios. So in a case like yours, where you do not really request these technologies to come to you, and in a situation where this is requested. So I'm thinking, for example, in a situation where there's a natural incursion, like a huge flood or something like this, we must find ways to be able to help those people when they request it, And we must create a political landscape and a partnership landscape where this is made possible. And what is also important to say is that when these regions are at risk, when for-profits are trying to help, it's often not a landscape that is agreeable for them, and we must count on international cooperations and on partnerships in order to be able to help those regions.
I think the question how art can play a role in these processes is actually very important and interesting on another level, namely the question, how does framing something as or perceiving something as an artwork change the way something like this might operate? We have our work in this exhibition here, and in our Telegram group, I was discussing with my colleagues, I'm not sure whether it really works in here. And one of the reasons is that in Rojava, this project is not perceived as art. Art is painting. This project is perceived as something kind of weird, like experimental engineering or something like that. And in that way, it's somehow necessary to position yourself in relation to this thing. As soon as it becomes an artwork, something quite interesting happens. When we read the curatorial statement of the STARS exhibition, I love it. It's a fantastic curatorial statement. I love a lot of the work in it. At the same time, we know that the person or the structure that funds this exhibition does not want what the Rojava Center for Democratic Technology wants. By framing it as an artwork, you can also kind of put it there as kind of a nice idea, right? And what I really liked about Mohamed, what you said about this definition of technology that's actually much, much wider than a lot we see here. I think there's something interesting about Ars Electronica, right? There's a lot of talking about sustainability and just technologies and stuff like that. And then in the exhibition, we see that most of the things are concerned with AI and virtual reality and all this kind of stuff. Most of the world, and for most people's lives, these things are not relevant at all. Nobody in Syria cares about AI. Nobody has a VR headset. So it's kind of odd that there is a kind of fetish in Europe, and especially in this kind of tech scene, with finding these solutions always in these really advanced, extremely fancy technologies. In a way, we're trying to be critical in this kind of context, but we just kind of ate the propaganda of the structures that create these technologies, right? The idea that a VR headset will offer a solution to sustainability is, I mean, for most of the people in the world, very strange.
Thank you for mentioning that, and also for acknowledging that if you recontextualize an item into an artwork, there are certainly different freedoms and affordances connected with it, where you can make statements that normally wouldn't be allowed. Connecting to what you all said, as harsh conditions in environment will become more common for the entire planet. Also the West, that is very good at pretending that this is something that is not in our future, in our common future. And it's not limited, yet at the moment it might be limited to the global majority, but is there enough exchange of expertise between areas already facing the brunt of man-made climate change and minority areas like Europe? And for example, I came about that air conditioning systems in the US are now equipped with batteries that of course require rare earth minerals to be produced to overcome power outages, and that possibly can't be the way forward. So which parts of your learnings and knowledge do you see as transferable, scalable, and which is necessarily restricted and local? I know complicated questions, but...
For us, I think that a mutual exchange of knowledge is very important, because of course we have our technology which to some extent has to be made in a certain place, but also in order to put it in a certain country that is facing climate change, we must take on their knowledge, and for example they know better than us the local weather patterns. They know better than us how the climate works, the local traditions, and we must respect that. So I think it has to be a mutual exchange in regards to knowledge.
Yeah, on what basis the exchange could be, because a lot of people in communities, from indigenous communities, but also communities in the global south, they do feel like that the extraction of the material wealth over the last couple of centuries through colonial history has been devastating, but also not just now, but also the extraction of the immaterial wealths of these communities, knowledge, huge bodies of knowledge of knowing the landscape and knowing the plants and knowing the food, and is being also extracted in many other ways. And so on what basis and how can such exchange be done in a way that would respect the ownership of these knowledges and how it can be implemented, and but also it's a heritage for humanity. So I'm not saying it should be no one should be excluded from knowing this, but we need to navigate ways so that it's done in a way that it's respectful to those who own that knowledges and those who have accumulated those knowledges, and it was useful and important and perhaps sacred to them and to their existence. But I see, I come across different projects where there is really meaningful and respectful approaches of giving and taking, that both parties are contributing as much as they are taking, that the ownership of knowledges and that those knowledges belong to certain parties is being acknowledged properly, is being respected, and that actually encourages the different parties to give and to take, and on some mutual levels. I don't know the different parameters the projects would be held in, but those would be really critical parameters for me to be considered.
The straightforward answer for me would be obvious. Yes, of course, localized knowledges should be integrated in the design of technology. That's also the principle of this project. But then in practice, it often gets a lot more complicated, because the idea of localized knowledge has this sort of idea that there's a kind of deep authenticity in that, right? That the localized knowledge somehow is like pure and not, but it's never. Like there's localized knowledge in my community in the Netherlands among farmers of how to use fertilizer, which has been passed on for 2 or 3 generations. Does this have this sort of like authentic thing of, oh, that's the local, yeah, and then you come to this sort of questions that, the Frankfurt School or whatever was talking about as well, like, this idea that, okay, there is some layer of authenticity in people that they have forgotten, and then it gets all very problematic. So when we talk about this project of the fridge, the localized knowledge of this cooling method has often also disappeared. So we can easily claim, oh yeah, we draw from localized knowledge of this cooling method, but a lot of people would now say, local people, that's not localized knowledge, it's just some primitive rubbish from the past. The localized knowledge is that local knowledge is that we learned, and some people tell me, yeah, we have to learn from Europe. Some, not the collaborators, but some other people we were doing some development with said. So in practice, I think it's often it's a much harder thing to do justice to specific places and to develop something that is in sync with the locality. There's not this just sort of authentic local knowledge. It's just kind of there that you can find, and then you make something with it.
Okay. We talked a bit about your stakeholders, which might be supply chains, politics, and local maintainers, and how you maintain relationships with those. How do small-scale solutions, and I would frame 2 of the project as that, and I was quite impressed by how vast your network of different implementations of your hydropower already is. Solutions with connect with larger theories of change. Is your project connected to movements or other integrated environments, networks, and so on that ensure alignment and transformation efforts?
Well, what I do think in our project is important is the aspect of decentralization. And in order to decentralize the production of energy, we must collaborate with local stakeholders. So these stakeholders are all the way from the end users of our energy, which we must listen to, and we must adapt all our technology, and we must design it accordingly. But also local stakeholders that are our partners and that know the environment, which is the regulations, which is all the energy landscape in those countries. So that is the local landscape of stakeholders that is very important for us. But we must also have an international stakeholder landscape that is well built. I'm thinking of financing organizations which are very important for us because we must finance this project in a certain way. Also insurances that make sure that we have this transfer and we do it in the proper way. So we have built this stakeholder landscape, and it's way more complex than just these few entities, and it's different for each project. But I think it's very important to surround yourself with the right stakeholders in this kind of projects.
Yeah, the structure, the largest structure that this project is part of is the Rojava Revolution, which mostly manifests itself in the region through initiatives of governance, so forming grassroots democratic structures in local neighborhoods and villages and take decisions through that. Also initiatives to empower women and promote awareness of women's rights and ecology. There are not that many, and that's also for obvious reasons, of course, it's a conflict area, but there are not that many, let's say, physical attempts to create artifacts that are, for example, technological, that incorporate or are based on these ideas. And one of the key elements of thought in the Rojava Revolution is a text by Abdullah Öcalan, who's imprisoned in Turkey, who argues that one of the key problems of state socialism has been adopting the principles of technology and industrial production straight from capitalism. Actually, you need to think about a decentralized concept and practice of technology. So this is an attempt to do that. Now, if you ask the question, what is the actual real-world impact of this fridge? Well, it's not the case that people are all using fridges like this around, like people from the group. We have some of those, and some people had some. But what the actual biggest impact has been until now, for example, is that university students who study with Basil, who was soldering in the video before, have really changed to a large extent their outlook on what it means for them to be a mechatronics engineer. When we started the project, quite some of them were saying, what we learn here is pointless because we have very simple technological devices at our disposal, so we can never learn the skills that we need for a career in, for example, the bigger factories in Aleppo or the kind of thing that we envisage. There has been kind of a shift where a number of these students had started saying, by seeing this fridge, like, oh wow, so we can actually come up with stuff based on where we are here and using those not so advanced technologies and do something with it. That's one thing. And another thing is in the village that you saw in the end here, for example, is that people for the first time in our kind of field research did not say that's old technology, we're past that. We're actually enthusiastic about this object. They said, oh, that looks quite nice. And actually, we're an Arab village, so this is a Kurdish pattern. We can swap the fabric for one that we make. So that's actually the sort of most tangible impact.
Mohamed, do you want to add?
I don't know.
No, otherwise it's okay. Yeah. We started with a philosophical, and we're going to close on a personal note. My question to all of you is, how do you overcome disillusion every day? And maybe a call to action, what do your projects need to thrive?
So the way we overcame disillusion is simply by feedback and by realizing that we did a positive impact in the communities that requested it. So we did not impose our technology to anyone, and I think that if any stakeholders want our technology, if any finance institutions or any end users want our technology, I think that is where we are ready to serve them today.
Engaging in these kind of projects that are often new and could be a bit overwhelming to some people, for me, is just to really get out there and start doing it. Even with small steps, with the mistakes, with the challenges, and it's not going to work the first time, and then you do it again and again. I was talking to Tal Ibrahim, the agriculture engineer who started the family gardens in the camps, and he said he spent 10 years trying to talk to people to set up their gardens, and people didn't listen to him because the challenge is overwhelming. So what did he do? He started working with the women and the kids, and then it started to grow. And I think sometimes it can be challenging, but when you have the energy and the passion to do something like that, you don't have to have a whole army with you to do it. When you start, you really spark, ignite something for hope and change.
How do we overcome disillusionment? To be honest, I don't really know the answer. Like this revolution has been going for 12 years, right? And it's really hard. I mean, quite some of the people want to leave. And this project is, the project in itself is kind of a tangible thing that kind of props up people's hope in a way, like the people I work with. And one big element, of course, is I'm really privileged, right? I can leave this. I can decide that I'll join the Zapatistas in Mexico tomorrow, right? That's for me, this thing of disillusionment and frustration is much easier than a number of the other people on the project, and we don't really know what to do. There are so many problems, right? There is ongoing military attacks, mainly by Turkey, but there is also a vast economic crisis that also leads to a lot of people in the community saying this whole revolution is like bullshit, right? It's just like all the other stuff that people have offered us and that didn't give us what was promised. Because when you read the texts, just like the key text of capitalism, of course they promise that everybody's going to be great and rich and all that stuff. And when this thing starts, the first 2 years, everybody's like, wow, now everything's going to change. And then after 10 years, when it turns out that, some stuff changed, but it's not as spectacular as the utopian text promised us, yeah, there's no golden bullet for that, I think. And maybe fewer bullets would be good, but you're not only always in control.
Thank you so much for these insights about durability, infrastructure, maintenance, care, the good old hacker mindset, temporality and locality in technology. I will promise, because we are out of time, the audience that they can approach you off stage if they have questions, if that is okay. I want to thank you for being present here today, for introducing your artworks, projects, mindsets, for the lively discussion we had, and especially for your work every day, and that you continue to do it. And thank you for being hopeful.
Thank you. Can I add just quickly? I have about 10 copies of our yellow booklet with some of the rudimental ideas of technologization in anarcho-socialism. If you want one, come up to me, I'll give them away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our afternoon session. We're going to kick off with our keynote presentation from Pheline Roggan. Pheline is a celebrated German actress who uses her platform for social and political topics. She is the ambassador for Plan International, whose work focuses on gender equality, and she frequently cooperates with brand new Bundestag to fight for democracy and speak out against the far right. In 2020, she co-founded the initiative Changemakers Film Together with Laura Fischer, Moritz Wierboom, and Miriam Stein to help make the film industry more sustainable. She's going to tell you more about that and everything that they've achieved in the keynote presentation. Also, as an author, she wrote a concept for the climate fiction series, The Tipping Point, which is trying to envision and showcase a social tipping point towards a climate-just future. She also wrote and co-hosted the documentary series Wir können auch anders, based on the book by Meyer for the ARD. The series focuses on highlighting positive achievement and stories of successful transformation in a time of multiple crises. In essence, she tries to help changing the entertainment narrative towards a positive future vision. Before I invite Pheline up, I just want to remind you all that it's not there right now, but it will be there in a minute. There is a QR code that you can click. It's there on your phone, and you can give feedback throughout the day on all of the different panels, and we would be really grateful if you did. This helps us ameliorate the day as we go. If you'd rather do it on paper, I believe that there is a paper form on your chair, and you can pop it in the box on your way out as you leave at the end of the day. Okay? Pheline, please. Thank you.
So, I'm Pheline Roggan, and I'm originally an actress from Hamburg in Germany. And I'm also a climate activist. I can feel that I can call myself a climate activist now because I'm actually actively doing things to change the current situation for a better climate in the future. But that hasn't been like that for a long time. It's kind of a recent development. Just a couple of years ago, in 2019, my situation had been completely different. I was not filming during the summer, and so I had time on my hands and I spent it with my family. And as most of us do now, I read a lot of news and online newspaper articles. By then, Fridays for Future had just managed to put the climate crisis on the public agenda and into the media outlets. So more and more articles voiced the concern of the climate scientists and depicted the current state of the natural environment and the devastating upcoming developments if the government ceased to take quick and radical actions against it, which they were obviously not doing, despite all the facts and information being on the table for such a long time already. And I'm reading a lot of Guardian, a UK newspaper, because they have a very good film section. But what they also have is a climate pledge. They declared that the escalating climate crisis was the defining issue of our lifetime, and that quality, trustworthy reporting on the environment was an important tool to confront it. They promised to provide journalism that gives the climate emergency the sustained attention and prominence it demands. And for me, the display worked out. Because after reading about the burning Amazon, the melting of the Greenland ice shield, and the permafrost salts 90 years earlier than expected, I got scared. Really fucking scared. It was so bad that I had trouble breathing when I watched my daughter and thought about her future. For a few weeks, I was completely paralyzed. I felt sick, hope, and helpless. The complexity of the climate crisis was just overwhelming. And I felt so small and powerless, and I didn't know what to do. Most of us feel that way in face of the hyper problem that the climate crisis is confronting us with, and the slow motion tempo of measurements being installed against it, or just the plain inactions that our governments are displaying in response to the saving of mankind's future on this planet, despite the better knowledge. So after lying in bed and crying for a while, I knew the only way for me to get out of this state of anxiety was to get active and do something, anything, myself. Contribute just a tiny bit to a positive future, or at least trying to prevent the worst. Because staying silent is also political in times like these. If you stay inactive, you're contributing automatically to the status quo and therefore supporting the other side, which is in the end the oil industry that is pulling off business as usual in face of escalating crisis. But I didn't know what to do, where to start, and with whom. It was not easy for me to find an entrance into engagement And I noticed that a lot of people have similar problems. They have the awareness and worry about the future, but they don't know where to hook into activism apart from being a consumer and changing their diet or recycling their trash at home. But in the worst phase, I read also in The Guardian about Extinction Rebellion, a group of activists who had blocked 5 important traffic points in London for 10 days with peaceful, non-violent creative protest. And through these actions, they managed to get the UK government to declare climate emergency in the UK. That gave me hope. I thought, okay, great. There are people out there who have a strategy and a lever to get politics to move, even though it's only a declaration, but it worked to get the politics move a bit. So I Googled Extinction Rebellion Germany, and I went to an onboarding event in my hometown in Hamburg. At first, that felt weird, and I was a bit scared because I went there all by myself. But then the event instantly gave me some relief as well, because I met people who had felt the same fear and powerlessness concerning the climate crisis as I did. We got together and formed little peer groups and planned on going to demonstrations together or making little actions. And that was the first step out of this powerlessness, connecting with others, talking about our fears and concerns, and trying to think of actions against it. Connecting with people and feeling that you're not alone with the problem. That helped a lot. I can also recommend peaceful civil disobedience. It's a great experience to test out the possibilities of democratic participation, the power of solidarity and community. That because besides being just a consumer, we here in our Western democracies still have the chance to participate in protest and express our disagreement with certain politics or measurements. Even though the latest jurisdiction was aggravated and in many countries the right to demonstrate gets cut back, there still is legitimate democratic space for that. So that was my personal path into climate activism in my private life, and that helped. I felt better and connected and not alone against the overpowering problems and players. But on the other hand, I felt that that wasn't enough, and that I could or should expand my activism also into my professional space. Or since I'm an actress, use the attention and the public platform that the job brings with it to spread awareness for the topic. And I also started to wonder about my colleagues, especially my celebrity colleagues, why so many of them have no problems making brand advertisement, but not many of them were using their platform to advertise transformation and topics of social justice that concern everybody. So I started to look out for active people in the film industry, and I found 2 fellow actors and 1 director who were as eager to engage as I was. And we knew that you always have the biggest impact in your own surrounding. So we asked ourselves, what was happening in the film industry concerning the climate crisis? If we want to achieve the climate goals, like the 1.5 degree target, all industries have to transform towards carbon neutrality quickly. So also the film industry has to change towards more sustainable ways of working. But until then, we had no idea what amount of carbon the production of a film emits and whether that was of any relevant impact. So during the Berlin Film Festival in 2020, we organized a panel and we invited all the players of the movie industry who were already active in changing the ways of production towards a more sustainable form. In Germany, we didn't have reliable figures back then because people were just starting to measure the CO2 emissions of movie productions. But in the US and the UK, they already had numbers. And I'm going to read out some to you. In California, for example, the film industry is the 2nd biggest emitter of carbon dioxide right after the oil industry, and produces on average 15 million tons of CO2 every year. That is a lot more than European productions emit, but an average tentpole feature film, that is a pretty big, UK feature film generates about 2,840 tons of CO2, and 50% of those carbon emissions go into fuel in car engines and diesel generators. This is equivalent to 3.4 million miles or 5.4 million kilometers driven by a passenger vehicle. The accommodation of cast and crew generates only 4% of the overall emissions, but this is the equivalent to the yearly electricity use of 34 homes. The air travel makes 16% of the emissions and equal 75 return flights from New York to London or 11 one-way flights to the moon. And 30% of these emissions come from energy utilities like electricity and gas, which is equivalent to 450 tons of burnt coal. The film's energy consumption could power Times Square for 5 whole days. And the number of plastic water bottles that get used on set is the same as the yearly average use of 168 people. So we see the average UK tentpole film has an enormous impact on the planet. And in Germany, most of our productions are smaller and therefore have lower emissions. But a very famous TV format, Tatort, for example, produces on average around 100 to 140 tons of CO2. That doesn't sound much in comparison with the international productions, but it is as much as 10 to 17 Germans produce in a year. And if we then think about the numbers of Tatort, TV and cinema movies that get produced every year, and that 1 ton of CO2 is responsible for the melting of 3 square meters of Arctic pack ice, then we see that the hole that we produce in the Arctic with our productions is huge, and that we have a lot of responsibility to change and transform the way we make movies. So we got to work and we founded our initiative Changemakers Film to try and help to make our industry more sustainable. We looked into all the info and ideas that were already on the table in 2019 and tried to think about new, more sustainable ways of how to work and how our domain could function. And the question that always lies underneath that is, are we doing things the way we do them because it is really the best possible way, or just because we're doing things like that forever and we're just used to that? And might there not be more sustainable, resource-efficient ways to rethink our practices? We were told by the Producers Association that when they were pushing for change, they would often be told that that wouldn't be possible because the actors insist on luxury treatment, like flying very short distances, not wanting to carpool, or demanding luxury hotels. So we figured, okay, then we have to write down a voluntary self-commitment where we would name all the points that we are willing to do to make the production more eco-friendly so that nobody can use us as an argument preventing change. But actors always join the production pretty late in the progress, and most of them are not so influential that they can ask the production companies to change their working methods. And because filming is only possible in a big team effort, we thought if we are putting down our ideal version of green producing, we also have to include the other trades. Since all unions contribute to the carbon footprint of a production, we wanted to include them and their ideas to reduce it as well. So during COVID lockdown, we talked via Zoom to the new labor, the green consultant, who is there to advise the production on effective green measurements, and to all the different unions and trades that make a crew. And usually they already have a lot of suggestions because most of them have already thought about how their division of work could be transformed to a more resource-efficient, sustainable way. So we collected all the information and summarized it in 13 bullet points in which we outlined our ideal version of a green production. And our first point is communication. Because we are convinced that good communication is key to creating new ways of working together. When you know the why of a new behavior, it becomes way more easy to give up old behaviors. And that is why we recommend to raise concerns about possible deviations from our environmental goals as early as in pre-production. We ask producers and directors to talk with their respective departments about measures to reduce energy and material consumption. Because if you involve them in the process and let them contribute their ideas, there will be far less resistance against change. Number 2 is travel and transport, because as you just heard from the British production, the carbon footprint on travel and transport are still one of the biggest environmental factors of a film or TV production. And that is why we aim to categorically minimize traveling and to choose low-emission options. Traveling by train, domestically and across Europe, is currently the most environmentally friendly and preferred option, as you all know. And we ask production teams to make it possible and optimize for travel plans by train for actors and actresses. We wish for pool and low-emission transport of materials and daily commutes to and from the set. And we prefer electric, hybrid and CNG-powered vehicles over diesel and gasoline-based options. Number 3 is accommodation at hotels. What I had never thought about until then, that they are often the source, next to travel and transport, of the biggest carbon footprint on a production. That is why we prefer apartments or hotels with high environmental standards close to the set and the other teams in order to reduce rides and carpool as much as possible. On-set accommodations using trailers and campers also emit large amounts of CO2. To solve this problem, we are open to finding environmentally friendly alternatives together. Number 4 is catering. The production of food is a major driver in this man-made climate change because it has, depending on which ingredient, a very high carbon footprint. That is why we ask that set and production catering choose primarily biological, local and seasonal ingredients. In particular, meat and dairy products are to be reduced to the absolute minimum and vegan options should be offered instead. In communication with production and set teams, we want to achieve that meat of the highest ecological quality is served once per week. If it's not possible to source animal-based products that were grown sustainably and species appropriate, we choose to decline the options because we do not support any products that result from factory farming. To better plan and avoid wasting food, we encourage the producers to take their team ahead of time which type and quality of ingredients their teams would like. Catering and food is a very emotional and personal topic, but the eating habits of a lot of people have changed over the course of the last years, and many decided to reduce their meat consumption. The lighting technicians, for example, told us that they have kind of the same preconception as the actors with their luxury reputation. A common argument why catering cannot offer vegetarian days says because the technique and the light division need meat 3 times a day to get their work done. But they don't want to be tokenized for that anymore, because also in their department, the dietary habits have changed, and a big part of them is now vegetarian or vegan. Costumes, makeup, props, and production design and furnishing are the next points, and these departments can make massive change in trying to reuse, recycle, and switch to circular methods and biodegradable products. Number 10 is electricity and post-production that have to be run by renewable energy. Numbers, plastics, reducing trash, recycling, which should be a no-brainer and everybody should be doing it by now. Number 11 is storytelling, which is very important and might have the biggest impact of all, but I come back to that later in detail. And our last points are transparency, because we believe that openly and honestly sharing the experiences we make working in a production, discussing challenges and problems has to be part of the conversation, because it allows us to learn from one another and motivate each other to make a difference and drive change. And the last point, 13, is human resources, because this is not just about resource saving, ecological, sustainable work. We have to consider the resources of each individual contributor as well, especially as budgets get shorter, so are the shooting days, but the amount of work stays the same. And if we want to attract junior staff, which is a problem in the film industry, we need to see how we can improve the work and the hours on set with the idea of family in mind. These are the points of our self-commitment to green producing. By now, over 700 filmmakers from all departments have signed our commitment, and we recommend to hand in the commitment with every contract so that the production gets informed right away about the willingness to adapt the way we work, contributing to a more sustainable way. And after we went public with that declaration in 2020, we had some headwind from a big German newspaper who were very polemic about spoiled actors wanting the taxpayer to pay for their organic steaks. But that, on the other hand, ensured us a lot of support and public alliance within the industry. Because all of the big firms, film funding entities and broadcasting stations and production companies know that the future of the industry will be sustainable, and they all want to proclaim their willingness to contribute to that. The gap between proclamation and actual measurements is still huge, but I can think of no corporation anymore that is denying the climate crisis and is not expressing their commitment to do anything in their power to stop contributing to the acceleration of it. Even the cause of the whole crisis, the oil companies, advertise their elite sustainable impact while still making $3 billion profit every day by their destructive business model of burning fossil fuels in our future. So, despite the medial headwind, we got a lot of support within the film industry, and we were asked to join a working group called Green Shooting, which is composed out of every German state film funding entity, all TV broadcasting stations, networks, VOD platforms, and the alliance of the biggest production companies in Germany. Together, over the course of 1 year, we negotiated the ecological standards for film productions, which were back then also a voluntary commitment, because during and after the pandemic, the ecological matter was sidelined and counted as too much of a burden to be made mandatory for state funding. But we negotiated, in sometimes very harsh discussions online, 5 fields of actions that get broken down to 22 mandatory requirements that have to be met. I give you some examples. First, general requirements. That's, for example, a green consultant and predatory and subsequent carbon footprinting. Second, energy use. For example, green energy has to be used on location and in post-production. Efficient lighting technology in the studio and on location, and a lot more very technically specific points. 3, personal and material transport. No flights if the train takes less than 5 hours. We pushed for no domestic flights within Germany here, but there was no chance to get that through. We're trying to toughen that every year, though, because the standards get re-evaluated. Employment of low-emission vehicles and charging electrically driven vehicles with green energy, because otherwise it's kind of pointless. 4, accommodation and catering. That has to be a minimum of 50% of environmentally friendly accommodation, and the using of regional and seasonal organic food, no disposable tableware, and vegetarian catering at least once a week. We tried to negotiate more vegetarian days and meals, but the debate got very heated here, and in the end we were relieved that we managed to at least push 1 veggie day through. The arguments against it were wild at times, like there is a meat prohibition if it doesn't get served every day by the catering. as if there was a pasta prohibition on a rice day. But, well, the resistance was strong. Even though we made polls with the biggest platform for filmmakers that showed that 75% of all crew members would like to reduce their meat consumption or are already vegetarian, and 83% embraced the proposition to only get meat or fish once a week, but then in high organic quality. But we're still on that topic, and the German Film Prize, for example, that's the German Oscar equivalent, that we Changemakers Film are also cooperating with, they are doing it already. They only serve vegetarian food on the most glamorous event of the year of the film industry, and it works. The glamour is still there. So, and the last point, number 5, employment and use of material. Multiple use of materials for sets and decoration is mandatory. No disposable batteries are allowed, and 90% recovered fiber in paper waste separation requirement, avoiding disposable plastics and so on. These ecological standards are much more detailed than our self-commitments in terms of technical occurrences, because they have to be verifiable in order to fulfill the requirements for state funding. And also productions that don't rely on state funding can receive the label Green Motion if they verify the adherence of the ecological standards by an external institute. When we were done negotiating the self-commitment and had a presentable result, there had been a general election in Germany in the meantime, and the cultural secretary of state had changed. So we offered our approach of sustainable film production to the Ministry of Culture, and this time they were happy to receive an offering organized by the affected industry itself, and Claudia Roth decided to implement it into the law of German film funding. But before that would happen, we had to make another round of negotiation, because when the ecological standards were going to be mandatory by law, the firms wanted to check their doability again. So we entered another round of debate, now with the ministry on the table as well, and the working group. And that whole process of negotiation has really changed my understanding of politics and democracy, because now I know no matter how high your ideals and expectations can be entering the negotiations, the reality is fighting for compromises down to words, which then make a huge difference. And in the end, it can happen that the result is far from what you wished for. And from the outside, it's kind of easy to think, well, this is weak, and I would have never agreed to that. But in the face of the complete failing of the whole issue, at times you're happy if you can find a minimum consensus. But in the end, we agreed on 22 mandatory requirements that must be met for a production to fulfill the ecological standards. And in August 2023, they came into force and are part of the German film funding law, which is unique in the world. They get re-evaluated and updated every year because of the quick changing technical conditions. For example, was it almost impossible 1.5 years ago to rent the amount of electronic vehicles needed for all the German productions receiving subsidy payments, but the new law gave an incentive to the rental firms to raise their electric fleet. And this is why uniform standards can make such a difference and speed up the whole progress. So last summer, the 4 of us change makers, who had gotten into this initially by their anxiety and wish for a tiny contribution to the containment of the climate crisis, ended up writing a law that changed the practices of a whole industry. We never expected anything like that when we started out, and we have achieved much more than we could have ever hoped for. But I'm telling you that to empower you to get going and start to push for change in your environment and sphere of activity, because you might be able to move more than you can think of now. The timing is right, the awareness of the necessity to act is there, and if we come together and start with something small that we think could be handled in a better way, in our workplace, our neighborhood, school, sports club. We will inevitably meet other engaged people, and in the end, we might be able to make big changes happen. But of course, we're not done yet, because once you start moving, it's hard to stop again. And our next goal is to change the storytelling towards a positive future vision. The film industry reaches so many people, broadcasts into living room, movie theaters, and laptops every day. There comes a responsibility with it in terms of what stories are we telling. Entertainment narratives have the power to shape our understanding of the world around us and mobilize us to take action. Storytelling is a powerful tool that can engage, influence, motivate, and inspire us. We are all shaped by the movies and stories we grew up with. And I believe that the story of one man with one machine that is going to save the world while a woman sits fearfully at home and waits for him to come back has been told to the end. That is a fossil narrative, and it's not going to happen anyway. Not one person alone is going to save the world. Change can only happen through cooperation and many people coming together and demanding it. So I think it's really important to ask ourselves, are we telling the stories that we want to tell, or are we just repeating narratives because we have been telling them like that forever? We need to examine the images and the desires that we create. Are they necessary to tell the story, or are we falling back to outdated ideas that have to be rethought in light of the global climate crisis? For example, does the protagonist fly by airplane or take the train? Do children have to be dropped off at school by car, or do they get there by bike? How many different outfits per role are realistic on a regular day? What do the protagonists eat? Which character has an ecological consciousness? And does it really always have to be the annoying nerd with a bicycle helmet? Are we accounting for diversity and equal rights? True creative freedom is not limited by those questions. On the contrary, green storytelling allows us to craft more diverse and more creative stories. So is the film industry using the unique chance they have to make the future visually and emotionally experienceable? Or is it really the best of all worlds already that we are living in? Couldn't we all think of a more just, social, connected world that operates in tune with nature? As Bell Hooks says, what we cannot imagine cannot come into being. To get motivated, we need an aim and a vision of where we want to go. And unfortunately, that is completely missing at the moment. We need utopias, but right now, if the future is mentioned at all in a movie, it is always depicted as a dystopia. We never get told the chances of a better future that lay within the climate justice transformation. That is why so many people are holding on to the status quo so dearly, because we have no visions out there of how a positive future could look like. The public narrative is only saying it's going to get worse, and we have to renounce. So we have to put stories out there which show us the future that we want to have. Otherwise, we're going to get one that we don't want. And that doesn't mean that we should only make climate-themed films from now on. We can still make love stories, coming-of-age tales, separation drama, action, everything. But why not let one of them play in a city that has already managed the transformation of energy and transportation? Show how much space there can be for people if there is no cars standing around everywhere. Let children play on the streets without their parents being scared for them to get run over constantly. Or let the final kiss take place in the middle of a crossroad without the movie turning into a serious drama immediately. Until now, the climate crisis is virtually non-existent in scripted entertainment. There's a study by the Norman Lear Center which analyzed the frequency of mentions of 36 keywords related to climate change in 37,000 scripted TV episodes and films. And they found out that only 2.8% of analyzed scripts included any climate change keywords. And 0.6% of scripted films and TV shows mentioned the specific term climate change. For context, the word dog was mentioned almost 13 times as frequently as all 36 climate keywords combined in the same time frame. And in German TV, the Malisa Stiftung gathered numbers in 2022 and found out that the topic climate change is only present in 1.8% of all analyzed broadcast time in the TV program. And if you only look at the fictional programs, it goes down to 0.6%. And biodiversity only covers 0.2% of screen time in the whole program. But to tell stories where the climate crisis is non-existent is not part of our reality anymore and never will be again. That is science fiction now. For example, it is still snowing in every Christmas movie, but my 7-year-old daughter has never seen a snowy Christmas. In her reality, Christmas is always raining. And in some cases, we are transporting narratives that we might not even intend to tell. I saw a social media post from a broadcast station where they asked the people what they found most annoying in movies, and the number one answer was that there's always a parking space right in front of the door, which is obviously not realistic in the eyes of the viewers. And isn't that a car-supporting narrative if the desirable protagonist is driving everywhere without the usual traffic jams and always happens to find a parking spot right where he wants to go? Why not put a bit of realism in there that people can identify with and let someone come late and be annoyed because he or she has been circling the block for ages and say that they're going to go by bicycle or subway next time? The Lear and the Malisa study both found out that there is audience demand for climate portrayals. They seek fictional characters in TV and film whose outlook aligns with their own. Viewers feel existing characters do not share their level of concern about the climate. Nearly half of audience members want to see fictional TV films that include climate-related storylines. And those who are still hopeful about climate solutions are 3.5 times more likely to say that they want to see climate portrayals in fictional entertainment. And based on the Lear research finding, we propose the following recommendations for the entertainment industry to normalize climate conversations. Consider climate in all genres. Climate is always the room in which every story takes place. The majority of climate contents appears in dramas, but such portrayals can be creatively woven into any number of genres, including comedy, children's programming, crime procedurals, or even horror. And connect the dots. When climate change is addressed, it is rarely connected to the oil and gas industries that are accelerating it, nor actions that people can take to mitigate its impact. Similarly, extreme weather events are rarely linked to climate change. Give voice to climate anxiety. Audience seek opportunities to connect with characters' outlook on their life. Thus, climate portrayals need not overtly persuade the audience so much as reflect their values, concerns, and even fears. And show the intersections. The climate emergency overlaps with all the issues we care about: racism, sexism, mental health, class, war, disability, and more. The climate crisis harms historically marginalized people first and worst. And audiences are hungry for actions they can take to stop climate change. Fostering a sense of efficacy, the belief that change is possible, is crucial. And as the crisis worsens, stories that do not acknowledge climate will begin to feel divorced from reality. Thus, telling climate stories is not just good for the planet, it's in the best interest of an industry that seeks to engage audiences through authentic characters and narratives. Entertainment stories have the power to break down barriers, inspire action, and empower audience members to envision a better world. So what does the future look like that you wish for? let's get together and start creating that. Thank you.
One question?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, just because we have time.
Yeah.
Have a seat. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Fascinating, really great to know as well that it's happening here, because this is really moving in the film and TV industry sort of all around the world right now. But as you were talking, I had one in particular, well, lots of questions, but one in particular, right? So you were saying that we need to be able to imagine utopias, that it can't just be all bad. The problem with utopias is that there's no tension in utopian story, and we come from a storytelling tradition of you create tension, you create a challenge for the protagonist to overcome. And in the UK at the moment, the feedback from film and TV is like, hey, we don't want climate stories right now because people have had it up to here with bad news.
That's what they say, but the studies found out that it's different, because what's happening right now is that the stories that get produced are so far from the reality of the people that's seeing it. And as I said, you can still make action dramas or whatever, but at the moment the climate crisis is not part of anything. It's not even the room for it, you know, and that makes a disassociation from reality. So you don't have to make it the theme, make it a love story, make it whatever, but put it into the picture. And I think we have to change the way of the storytelling way of the one hero solving the problem for everybody, because that's not going to happen, unfortunately.
No. There's been some really interesting research as well recently into like the heroine's journey and why that's different from, I think the hero, he goes away, he does his trials, he cuts the heads off snakes or whatever, and then he comes home.
And he has a big machine that helps.
Always. And I think the heroine's journey is like, I can't remember. I don't even know if she leaves, but it's like this embodiment of like a plural.
She gets deserted most of the time.
She gets abandoned. She figures it out anyway, because that's what she has to do.
And I mean, stories are changing a bit. But then if you look at the enormous amount of TV minutes that get produced, and that they reach so many people, and you see it in different examples too. In German film, for example, if somebody goes shopping, that has nothing to do with the climate crisis, but they always buy this certain vegetable, Lauch, porree, because it looks out of the bag so prettily. But nobody has ever eaten that on TV. You know, it's like, so why do we do this stuff? And it's like, it has nothing to do. I was playing a mother the last year, like the annoying hippie eco mother who always wanted to feed their kids like energy balls, so they weren't allowed to eat sweets, but they had to eat these stuff. And in the script, the children hated it, but the little actor kids, they loved that, and they didn't want to eat the other stuff. So it's like we're still telling stories that are not true anymore. And then what was the worst, and I think that's a big responsibility too, and that children's film, the children found a lottery thing, and they won a lot of money, and then they rented a limousine and a house with a pool, and there were bikini girls dancing, and they were throwing around money. I wasn't involved in that, but I was like, are you crazy?
Very realistic.
If we're telling that as desirable things, what kids do, I mean, they would buy, you know, a lemonade, not a limousine, and I don't know, free everything from the pet shop.
Exactly.
But that has to change.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah,
that
you
was
too.
excellent. Thank you. So, I have a special announcement to make, as I said in the intro. We are announcing the Studiotopia call for the residency program for emerging artists and young scientists. The open call for the second edition of the Studiotopia residency program is officially live. Apply now to join this exciting 12-month residency program starting in December this year, where art and science come together to tackle critical challenges in sustainable development. The program facilitates collaboration between 10 duos, each composed of one scientist and one artist, through a comprehensive 12-month residency. Scientists will work closely with established artists to address the challenges set by local challenge committees. This residency includes multiple in-person encounters, exhibitions, and events throughout the residency period, and continuing until March 2027. Emerging artists will collaborate closely so that was the fellowship program for young scientists. In the residency program for emerging artists, there will be tight collaborations between 8 duos, and artists will be collaborating closely with scientists to tackle challenges formulated by these same local challenge committees. The residency includes multiple in-person interactions as well as exhibitions and events until March 2027. The program is open to both visual artists and performing artists, including those working in media, video, and digital art, sculpture, performance art, drawing, dance, theatre, and interdisciplinary fields. This is a unique opportunity to bring your creative vision to life in collaboration with scientific minds. For more details on all of this, please refer to the Challenges booklet, which I believe is also available online. The open call is from the 4th of September to the 31st of October. Closing just before midnight, and the residency period is from the 1st of December until the 31st of December 2025. The exhibitions are September 2025 until March 2027. Please apply today. And also, our partners are present today. Can they please now raise their hands if they're in the room? Hello, excellent, wonderful. So if anyone has any questions, you can go directly to them and speak to them, I believe, at the end of the day. And we just want to thank you very much and give a big hand for supporting this residency. Excellent. So because I've got a couple of seconds to play with, I'm just going to remind everyone again about that QR code. Or is that the QR code for the open call? That's the QR code for the open call, where you can get more information. QR codes for everything. And there's another QR code, which will be on screen soon, whereby you can get you can give your opinion on the panels and the discussions and everything so far today. We really want to hear back from you and find out everything that you think. So our next session is with artist Jiabao Li, which I'm really, really excited for. Jiabao is going to be giving an 8-minute presentation before we enter into a discussion on co-creation and co-creation with the more than human world. She is an artist, an assistant professor at the University of Texas at Austin, and the founding director of Ecocentric Future Lab. She's the co-founder and chief product officer of Endless Health and also a Harvard graduate. She was a founding lab fellow at Ars Electronica last year, and her work addresses climate change and interspecies co-creation, humane technology, and perceptions. In Jiabao's recent TED Talk, she uncovered how technology mediates the way we perceive reality. And at Apple, she invented and explored new technologies for future products like the Apple Vision Pro. She is the recipient of numerous awards, including Forbes China 30 Under 30 and the Outstanding Professor Award at Museum of Modern Art. Her work has been exhibited internationally at MoMA, Venice Architecture Biennale, Future of Today Biennale, SIGGRAPH Milan, and Dubai Design Week, ISEA, etc. And I'm really delighted to welcome her to the stage for her presentation now. Thank you, Jiabao.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Jiabao Li. I'd like to start with this. So this is a picture of a bat, but if you turn them upside down, they become total badass. And this is 3 bats just getting ready for bed, but if you turn them upside down, they're actually just getting ready for party. So what I want to say here is how the world really is depends on how you see them. So throughout this session, I hope you could see the world a bit differently and see bats a bit differently. I create with more than humans, and why this is important, because every 9 minutes, one species on this planet disappears forever. This astonishing chart shows there are only 4% wild mammals left on Earth among all mammals. as the Anthropocene rampages, the challenge for the next decade will be try to shift our perception from egocentric, we're on the top of the pyramid, to ecocentric, where we are intertwined and interconnected with other species. And I try to do this through 3 steps. First is to empathize and embody, try to be like other species. And second is to speak up for them, think about what their needs, and maybe it's with manifestos. And the third one is to create with for more than humans. And I will give one example of my work about each of them. There are more, but time limit, so one for each. So the first one is to empathize and embody. Maybe we could turn the audio down a bit. Yeah, and this is Nocturnal Fugue. I will perform this tomorrow at Deep Space 8K. Mark your calendar. So here it's inspired by Thomas Nagel's philosophical inquiry. What is it like to be a bat? Can we truly understand the being of another species? So with the help of AI, researchers found that bats have complex language, and just like human baby talk, when we talk to baby, we're like, oh baby, you're so cute. Bat has a similar tone when mom bat talk to baby bat. And they were used to AI to categorize bat calls into like sleeping, mating, food related, or fighting. And so we create audiovisual experience with this bat calls, and also with echo vision, you can scream and see the environment bouncing back, just like how bat echolocation works. They scream, they echolocate, yeah. And the second one is to speak up for them. What are their needs and manifestos. This is elephant in the room. It's literally put an elephant in the room. So a little bit of backstory of this. In Yunnan, Wild Elephant Valley in China, they claim they rescued the elephant, but after the rescue, they don't send them back to nature, but they cruelly train them to perform for human entertainment. And I work with NGO and lawyers to sue them and use art as a medium to amplify this message, and use the pressure from the public to pressure the government to take actions. So there's only less than 300 wild elephants left in China, and 20 of them are in this wild elephant valley. And a lot of these cruel training are technical patterns. So here in this experience, you can type on the scars of the elephants and learn about what are these patterns and what caused the scars. And enter the AR mode, you can put the elephant in the room. In the saying, elephant in the room means there's a problem. It's so huge and so obvious, but nobody are talking about it. So here we have lots of evidence about this cruelty, but the court has been ignoring it. And whenever there's somebody tap on the scar, we have the sound of elephant cry playing on the court during the court opening day. If you could turn up the sound a bit. So this is the Supreme Court in Yunnan, in China. You can tune down, yeah. And we encourage everybody to share this and put the elephant in their room. And this is people around the world, they put the elephant in their rooms to spread the message. And the third example is, so the third step is co-create with or for them, is squid map. You can see this at the bunker, the bottom of the bunker in the feature section. Squid map is, well, I work with the marine biology lab in Hawaii. While the scientists are studying the squid, I noticed they just sit in these white boring tanks all day long. So I wonder if I could make a playground for them. I collect the white and black sand from Hawaiian Islands and make them into the shape of China and US. And the squid live in there, cross the borders, traverse the country without a visa or passport. And he buries himself under the sand. You will see he will use these cute little tentacles to push the sand on his face as a camouflage. Here. And watching the squid reminds me of myself in many ways as an immigrant moving from China to US, trying to assimilate, to blend in. But sort of find myself in a situation like the squid here, where he has white sand on top, in the middle of the black, surrounded by white, but feeling perfectly camouflaged. At the same time, we build borders between countries that can block natural animal migrations. These animals that will not care about the delineation of countries are forced to take a side. After a month, the squid completely reinterprets human maps and borders from the squid's perspective. This map that we have repetitively fought wars for in the eyes of the squid is drawn on their own terms. And lastly, it's Squeaker, the mouse beer running coach. If you have seen a treadmill and a mouse, that's this one. So mouse have been used extensively in scientific research. Every year they get fat or depressed, some glow in the dark, some grow a year, all in the name to understand, for us humans to understand our health better. So what if we switched position to let mouse control our health? I built a smart running wheel. Whenever the mouse runs, I receive a notification for me to run. And if I run, I keep running, I run more than the mouse ran, then we both get a reward. So for the mouse, it's a treat or a toy. And then for me, is I get to scroll on social media. And the distance that I can scroll is the same distance that I run. So every day I have to run more to earn more scroll time. And it also follows the golden behavior loop. Cue, action, reward can give you, help you achieve good habits. And to my surprise, they run a lot. It's hard. They run 4 to 20 kilometers per day. It's a half marathon. To testify the mouse training on me, I successfully ran the Austin Half Marathon earlier this year. And if you want to join this training, you can download the app on the App Store. There's a real mouse living in Austin in my home, will train you, and you will get a notification whenever he runs. And in the exhibition in the bunker, you are welcome to run on the treadmill. And if collectively you all run more than the mouse that day, we will open the champagne in the evening. Run quicker, Squeaker. And to summarize, I think there are numerous intelligences that beyond human intelligence, creating with more than humans can help us probe into their intelligence, shift perspectives, and interrogate ourselves. And I founded the Ecocentric Future Lab, and that's what we're trying to do in the lab. Thank you. This is me. If you want to contact me on Instagram, I may have to surpass the mouse in order to reply you. Thank you.
I love that, being trained by a mouse. What an extraordinary idea. And as you're sort of saying, it really flips that hierarchy.
Testing. Yes.
Yeah, great. It really flips that hierarchy of like this idea of humans being in control. But one thing when I sort of tease out was like, in what you just showed us, there was, the superimposition, using technology to superimpose the natural world on the human world. And congratulations on what you did in that court case, amazing work. There was then the using sand to create, the outline of like the human world and the natural world, and allowing the squid to do whatever the squid wanted to do with that. And then the last one is kind of flipping, so it's the mouse's actions that take the decisions for our own actions. What difficulties do we encounter in like blending the human and natural worlds? Because it does seem that for the moment, we know we can flip the dynamic, we can superimpose the dynamic, but what limitations do we currently face perhaps in art or in technology or politics or economics to truly create a world that does away with that divide between man and nature?
I have to admit that so far, most of the creating with more than human species work I've seen, including myself, it's all in a contained environment. Like the squid is in a lab. the elephants are in the wild elephant valley, and a lot of other artists' work have seen like it could be in a zoo or insect. It's it's in a captive environment, and I haven't seen works that like how do we co-create with a polar bear? Yeah. How do we co-create with tigers? Something that we truly in the wild, and truly there's a huge hierarchy and dynamics in between. So I think there's a limitation there. And in terms of, like you said about social politics, in terms of like the rights of nature, how do we, when we say rights, how do we have the animals, have the non-human species to vote? Sometimes now it's could be like the speaks people or the people who live together with this species. They can speak the best for them, but we still have that restraint within the human shell. Yeah,
that's really interesting. I think that leads us on nicely then to this idea of anthropomorphication. Before we get on to the nice question about the body, how much are we in danger of anthropomorphizing the perspectives of creatures with which we co-create? How much are we limited by our own perspective in order to truly understand, like the octopus that actually has 9 brains, I think it is, which is wild.
Each tentacle can think on its own.
Each tentacle has its own brain. I mean, that's amazing. So how, when we're doing this work, how do we ensure that we are in a kind of like receptive listening mode rather than possibly anthropomorphizing the result?
I think, first of all, anthropomorphize doesn't have to be human-centric. It could be good in a way that's easy for us to connect. Like for the elephants, it's pretty easy to think about, imagine yourself being restrained and be in a prison for the whole life and perform and be like a slave and perform for other entertainment. That's horrible. So in a way, that could help relate. And we have this concept of animal influencers. It's in the age that we have developed a climate fatigue. We have heard so much about the climate disaster. Maybe animal influencer is one of the ways to help us out. Instead of talking about the climate disaster, we talk about how amazing animals are, and we cultivate that curiosity. And because of curiosity, we have more tendency to know about them, to learn about them, and to protect them. And of course, there's big issue, a limitation about anthropomorphize as well. And that's why I think the first step of making this work is to embody. That's like the very beginning. Embody, know their behavior, know them, love them as they really are, what they really are. And embody and be like them. With that, you can really understand their unique intelligence and behavior in order to do something further from there.
I'm so glad you used this word, embody. It's one of my favorite words. I love it. And I love everything that kind of takes the world of thought back into the material realm, because it's from the soil that we all come, to the soil we will all return. And I think that it's a really interesting movement at the moment, perhaps that we are only just catching up to, certainly in this part of the world. But this idea that, actually the history of Western thought that kind of portrayed mankind as this abstract being, a brain in a meat sack. It's not the only intelligence we have. There's a huge amount of intelligence in our body, and there's a huge amount of intelligence in the body of nature. You and I were discussing earlier, plants don't have a brain, and yet they can think. They have a collective intelligence. And so I'm particularly interested, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this idea that we are using really high tech and also using the technology of questionable companies, I will say so, like Apple, in order to enhance our understanding of the body and then enhance our perspective of other bodies, and how we can use that to create a new multi-layer of sensing, which will then fundamentally impact our relationship to the world, because it's through our body, first of all, that we are in relationship with the world, because it is the brain that needs data from the body in order to then create, our perception of reality. So That was very long-winded, but if you want to jump on, that would be great.
I guess, as I said at the beginning, how the world really is, it's dependent on how we perceive them. And in terms of how we perceive the world now, it's a lot of mediation of technology, or mediation of our inherent bias, how we grow up, and then in terms of how we perceive the world differently with other animals, that's like impacted by our womb world, by our unique organs and intelligence. Yeah. So there's that layer there. And then I think the body part, in my new work, it's a Buto dance with the crickets, like about the crickets. And as I practice more of Buto, I think it's an amazing performance way to embody the essence of it. There's various techniques to get us out of the human shell so that other species could live in it. Other species could be animals, could be spirit, could be glacier, could be yokai, so I recommend that to everybody. And a lot of the techniques are it's amazing.
Yeah. I like this idea of other species living in the body, and I feel like it's almost, how can I say this? It's almost like we have to go through that almost value neutral experiment to perhaps then get to the stage where maybe we could inhabit somebody else in our body or being in somebody else's body. Yeah. Because it's very easy, I think, to, because of the tradition of thought we come from, to dislocate or disconnect the experience. So, for example, I mean, the amount of violence that is currently occurring around the world, we can see that on the news, we can read the death tolls, and yet it's not an embodied experience. Maybe because those people don't look like us, maybe because we've never been there, maybe because we can't smell it, we can't hear it, whatever it is. And so I think that it's it poses a really interesting challenge to, okay, well, if I can try and imagine being a bat, because that seems like good fun, or maybe a bat in my body, because that seems quite funny, it seems that's also kind of creating the environment where eventually we will get to, well, maybe I should try and imagine what it really is to be a refugee. Or maybe I should try and imagine what a climate refugee would feel in my body, and thus begin to expand the perspective of what is it that I am trying to protect and fight for, and who is it that is suffering also from my actions. Exactly. Excellent. I also want to talk a little bit about going back to the technology of this. How is it, do you find that there is a tension between using such high-end, high-spec tech to kind of connect with the natural world? How do you navigate that?
I mean, technology can be used in different ways, right? We talk about AI now, and there's a big initiative called Earth Species Project that's trying to use AI to decipher animal language, try to understand what they're talking about. And I think that's a great project. There are various critiques about it, AR, mixed reality, these can create experience that we could possibly embody other species. And because, of course, it's not fully embodied, but we are trying to be there, try a little bit more. And there are also thoughts about can we train AI based on the intelligence of other species. So far, so much of AI is trained based on what humans have made before. But what if we could train AI that's based on I guess there has been on octopus and what about others, yeah. And then go back to what you said about the how do you know that plants don't think or forests don't think? That's I have this project where we grow a clitoris from the stem cell from menstruation blood. And we're able to grow a clitoris outside of your body that can sense and think. And so I get a lot of questions from biologists. How do you know the clitoris can think? And I'm saying it's a very human-centered way to think about it, because they say, how do you know it can think when they don't have a brain? But plants may not have a human-like brain, or forests may not like a brain, but how do you know they are not thinking? So in that terms, how do you know this clitoris is not thinking?
Yeah, and I think, we've got enough sort of cultural mythology around, the amazing power of that part of the body to drive certain decisions, and sometimes overpower the brain. That why isn't it actively thinking, or at least taking part in the decision-making process? I want to just mention in the last 2 minutes that we have, because you mentioned training an AI off of an octopus, and that's referencing, I think, the work of Maggie Roberts, who is a British artist. And I just want to encourage everybody actually to think about what Jiabao has just said. At the moment, we are training AI essentially by scraping the internet and getting it to guess the next most likely word and calling that intelligence. Imagine instead if we could figure out a way to train these models on an animal that has 9 brains. So 9 different perspectives, or perhaps better to say 8 different perspectives in each of its testicles feeding into one central brain. Imagine how differently it would approach problems, questions, solutions. And imagine if we could integrate that kind of understanding into our own perspectives, and then perhaps how much easier it would be to begin collaborating with one another, which I think is what is so exciting. It's that what starts as a really intellectual kind of challenge becomes a way of actually creating bridges between people and nature.
Yeah, and I actually last night I just learned that the very first AI that humans have trained is learned from a turquoise.
The tortoise?
The tortoise, yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Did it work slowly?
Yeah. And also in Max Planck, there's a study that also trying to train AI based on cuttlefish. And they have a computer system to look at how they decide to change the color of their skin based on the different pattern. And they are able to know how a cuttlefish think and train AI based on that.
Oh, fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to all the results of that. And good luck with your work. Thank you very much for everything that you're doing. It was great to have you here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
What is next? All right, we're going to take a very quick break, 7 minutes. So, please be seated in 6. You've got, you don't have the timer. I have the timer. And when we come back, we will be discussing green mobility and green industry with Denis and Thomas before going on to our final panel and the interactive game that I promised you all. So, thank you very much. See you in 5. All right, we are back, everyone. Thank you. If you are having secret side little conversations, if you could take them further away from the audience, that'd be great. So this is our panel on reinventing green mobility, energy, and construction. And I will have Denis Azhar and Thomas Bürgler on the stage with me. Denis is one of the managing directors at Sono Motors, where he leads the company's efforts to drive sustainable innovation in mobility. He's been passionate about integrating solar technology into vehicles to reduce emissions and pave the way for a greener future. Thomas is managing director of the Competence Center K1MET for metallurgical and environmental process development, where he focuses on the optimization and development of process routes in steelmaking and the circular economy. His latest projects are the hydrogen production with PEM technology, the transformation of classical to climate neutral steelmaking, and the sector coupling with CO2 as a source for the carbon cycle. And if you don't know what much of that means, you will know by the end of the panel exactly what that means. So please welcome to the stage, Denis and Thomas.
Can say a few words about steelmaking. Don't be afraid. I don't want to turn you into steelmaking experts, but maybe a few slides. Please, the next slide.
Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you. Only a few figures for the beginning. Here it is, thank you.
And the audience can't see the slides.
The steel production is responsible for around 77% of the total global CO2 emissions. And the total global CO2 emissions are around 40 billion tons per year. from use of fossil energy. And we as global society, we have a remaining carbon budget when we want to reach this 1.5 centigrade target of, you see these figures of around 200 to 300 billion tons. So when you calculate 40 billion tons CO2 production every year in a remaining budget of 2 to 300 billion tons, then this budget is over within the next 10 years. So time is running to reach the Paris target. Next, please. Yeah. We are now on the left side of this picture, steel making via the classical blast furnace, BOF converter, and these processes are based on carbon. And when we want to produce steel on a climate neutral, we have to change the technologies, we have to introduce new technologies, and we need a lot of hydrogen. And this is more or less the critical point, this energy demand, what we need for the steel production. Next, please. Yeah, here you can see when we transform our processes, for example, here in Linz, to complete climate neutral steel making, then we need 18 terawatt hours of electric energy for hydrogen, 2.5 terawatt hours for melting, and 7.5 terawatt hours electric energy for all downstream processes, rolling and coating and everything, and heat treatment. And keep in mind that the total electric energy production in Austria is around 70 terawatt hours. That means 28 terawatt hours from 70 terawatt hours. Yes, this is more than 1/3, so 40%. When we want to transform steel making here in Linz to climate neutral steel making, we need 40% of Austria's electric energy production. So there's a huge demand of electric energy, and this is valid for every country in the world which is doing steel making. Next one. Yeah, but we have a lot of pilot plants here in Linz, where we test hydrogen production on an industrial scale. We have on our Donauwitz site, we have also different pilot plants where we demonstrate that hydrogen you can make steel with hydrogen, but at the end, it's a question of energy. It's a question of transforming this, because when we want to transform the whole steel production in Austria, we need not only Linz, but whole Austria, we need 33 terawatt hours of electric energy, and this is 50% of Austria's electric energy production. Only a few figures for the discussion.
Thank you. Can you pass the microphone to... Oh, you've got one. Excellent. Is it on? No, it's not on.
Hello, hello.
There we go.
Take that one. So, for me also very, very quickly, I'm Denis Azhar, Managing Director of Sono Motors, and for me, it's all about, actually, the title of this event. It's about hope, reinventing, and actually overcoming barriers. So if we go to the next slide, please. For us at Sono Motors, it's very dear to our hearts to talk about this topic. So introducing solar technology in a very still very fossil fuel-driven market, right? So our mission is quite simple, but very challenging. Solar on every vehicle, right? We want to put solar on every vehicle. Next slide, please. The dominance is overwhelming of fossil fuels in the mobile sector. So if we are considering the high lobby efforts that has been taken, and the EU is constantly releasing new diesel buses, and it's diesel buses specifically. Considering those buses are running still more than 10 years on the street, we need to do something here. And then next slide, please. Of course, we need to navigate these challenges of this dominance, right? So we are concentrating on niche markets like the public transport that are actually open for sustainable solutions. So we are trying to create success stories within niche markets to, at the end, promote the solar technology. Next. Well, of course, we engage with the policymakers as well as industry stakeholders, simply to create regulations and incentives that are benefiting renewable energy in the mobility sector. And then, of course, we need to build strong relationships with our customers and early adopters. That is key for us because early adopters, where we can show real life demonstration of our benefits, those will turn to ambassadors of our products as well as on our solutions. Next slide, please. One of our key successes is the solar bus kit, which we have released earlier this year. It's a proven technology, so it's on the street already. We are selling it through a distributor in Germany and Austria already. And we can clearly see the benefit of that. We are consuming constantly less fuel with our solution on buses. And we are doing this, of course, with the same buses on the same streets, with the same driver, same weather conditions. And we can clearly say that we can save up to 1,250 liters of diesel and 3.3 tons of CO2 emissions. That is per bus per year. Now, if you consider and imagine the leverage we have putting this system onto the 10,000s of buses still getting registered, not to mention the buses already running on the street, it's a huge leverage, and we can apply this right now. Next slide, please. I would like to invite you to basically fight with us on our vision. It's a world without fossil fuels. And it's not only about us, it's us together as in public, as in policymakers, as in industry leaders. And I truly believe that we can together as a society make that change. And this is our driver at Sono Motors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. I am really interested in technology. I'm really interested in technology as creating social relationships, and I'm really interested in how technology gets positioned as this politically neutral, morally neutral, economically viable solution to the crisis when we are not actually seeing that come through as the reality. So, for example, solar and wind, which are infinitely better than fossil fuels, are typically only being deployed on top of increasing fossil fuel production. There is a question that is being asked by thermodynamic physicists around the world right now as to whether or not actually creating more of an energy supply then actually increases overall fossil fuel production, because as a society gets bigger, it just demands more and more and more fuel. And so how do you navigate this in your work? How do you navigate the fact that you are trying to create a technology or deploy a technology that should be life-changing, it should be society-changing, but there are huge political and economic barriers that are trying to essentially funnel it into, well, let's just green the version of what we have today and hope nobody notices. Who wants to take that first? Thomas, do you want to start?
Yeah, from the technological point of view, the change is easy. So we know the technologies. We have developed technologies within the last 15 years. We are now upscaling these technologies from, let's say, lab scale, then in the kilogram scale, then in the tons per hour scale, and now then we have to come into the 300, 400 tons per hour scale. But this last step is in the moment not possible, because what I have explained, steel production, complete renewable steel production in Austria consumes 50% of Austria's electric energy.
That's huge.
Only as example, when you transform all cars from fuel engines to electric engines or to battery electric vehicle, then you need only 12 terawatt hours. So the steel production in Austria consumes 3 times more electric energy than all cars in Austria, when you transform all cars in Austria from fuel to electricity. And I think this is the barrier, that the transformation velocity, that there's a big demand for investments. We have minimum to double or make 3 times more electric energy in Austria than we produce now. And this, I think, this is because steel plays also in the role in the transformation. You need steel for wind turbines. You need steel for cable, electric lines, and. So steel is not only a problem. Steel is also the solution. But at the end, we know which technology we need. But it's like a chicken-egg problem. Will first come the technology and then the energy, or first the energy and then the technology. But I think we can solve this problem. But and we need regulations, and not only in Austria. We need the regulations in Europe and also in the world. Otherwise, it will not work.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Denis, how do you combat these sort of vested interests?
I take it on a let's say society level, or basically what actually drives us, myself, every day is the sense of urgency to do something, and motivation to constantly push for these things. As Thomas mentioned, technology is there. We just need to apply it and make sure that we make this change. And people need to be there to do this change. So I believe very heavily that keep pushing, keep the people informed about what is available. Of course, there needs to be lobbying, right? So not only for fossil fuels, also for renewable energy, and also in the markets that are not really in the common sense. I think we've come a long way at Sono. We've been doing it for 10 years with the founders, and we've been struggling heavily lately as well, and now rising again and trying to push even further. So I think it's the constant push of getting the topics into the minds of the people, of the society, making sure that it is understood that the solutions are there, and then we can apply them and ideally invest in them, not only from a people perspective, also from a money perspective.
I think, it's such, to me, this sort of question is such an interesting tension. Like, how do you do the right thing in a system that is geared towards extractive destruction? How do you gain enough relevancy in that system that rewards bad incentives in order to get the kind of intention or influence to then drive change? I'm personally obsessed with the little piece of data that our economic output is essentially a reflection of our materials use. And so if we move towards a renewable energy system, which uses dramatically less materials, then we're going to automatically be shrinking our economies. And nobody really talks about that. Nobody really talks about the fact that to get off of fossil fuels, we will actually need to have less money circulating through the world. And then how will we also be deploying and investing in the new technologies to mitigate and adapt at that time? Like, these are all very, very complicated issues. And I think it also speaks to the fact that even though we're very good at kind of using buzzwords and trying to separate things, like decarbonizing certain technologies or dematerializing our economies, and don't even get me started on that, the fact is that society is not evolving, or technology is not evolving in a linear direction. We actually have to push for this. So, for example, 100 years ago, solar energy was being deployed 100 years ago, and it was beginning to take over fossil fuel production. And then the guy who invented it disappeared. Yeah? Because there are these political interests that essentially move to keep the world in a certain way. So there's a lot of talk in policy circles now that it's kind of like decarbonization, all this stuff is inevitable. Would you say that you think that that is true now, or can we look to, the recent representation of fossil fuel interests at COP28, or even the plan that was released by the UAE to get Africa hooked on fossil fuels, quote unquote, to see that actually, no, the fight is still very much alive and kicking, and none of this good stuff is inevitable. Denis?
Yeah. Is it still? Yeah, still on. It's a really, really hard question because it's you can lift it very high into the essentials of, okay, what are we doing actually on this planet as humans? And my understanding of it is, whatever we do, we try the best to approach it in a way that we can understand. So I think it's vital for us to understand that we cannot take all of the resources of this planet and have no consequences rising out of it. How this will end up? Most probably, if we are not fast enough, if we are not dealing with it fast enough, then we might going to extinguish, right? So you can put it on that level, and but it's not a sad thing, because that's evolution, right? So we would not be here anymore, and then other things will evolve, other things will grow, other things will, maybe different species will grow. So that's really, really far-fetched, but bringing it back again to what we can do is doing what we believe is best for the planet right now, and also bringing it back to technology, using the technology we have at hand, which is applicable, and do it. Simply do it. Yeah.
Good, thank you. Thomas?
When we look 200 years back, we have 5 ways of industrialization in the global society. Started with the steam engine, then comes steel, electricity, chemistry, oil, mobility, and IT technology. And now we are on the beginning of the 6th wave of industrialization or transformation. This is now the trend. And after 100 years, we changed our energy system from a renewable system to a fossil system, because oil and gas came into operation. And now I think we are standing now for the next step of transformation, changing again the energy system from fossil to renewable. And I think we have managed these 5 transitions in the past. We can also manage the next transition, but everything costs money. And now when we have the other transitions, we speak about 1 billion people on the world. Now we have 8 billion people on the world, and and every transition made the life on world easier. We can say also, and no one will change now the life. This is clear, but the energy is also available, but we have to install all this measurement. We know the technologies, but we have installed now the tools to use this energy, because we consume a high amount of energy, it costs a lot of money to transform this. But we as society, we have to invest this money to do these next steps. Otherwise, life on the world would be more complicated from year to year. I'm now in the second half of my 50s, and when I see where was the place where I learned skiing, what was the temperature in the holidays in the 70s when we went to the holiday in Italy without the car, without air conditioning, all these things. Today impossible. All the ski resorts at 500 meters where I learned skiing disappeared completely, but because there's no more snow. And so I think we will manage this, but it is clear it will cost us money, and we have to invest this. But otherwise, your lives will be more difficult on the world. But I'm thinking positive, and I think within the next 15 years, and the politicians are drawing roadmaps and this, but we need much more actions to win this game.
I've got a sciencey question, but I'm not anything close to a scientist, so it might be irrelevant. But Thomas, what you just said about the 6th industrial transformation and how we've done this in the past. Surely it was in the past that every time we found a new energy source, it was an energy source that was more energy dense. Whereas moving to renewables, doesn't that decrease our energy density availability?
That's clear, because why was the industrialization possible within the last 100 years? Because the fossils has a very high energy density.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we look today to electric car has a battery of 100 kilowatt hours. 100 kilowatt hours is same like 10 liters of fossil fuel.
Yeah.
And so you see and we know the battery has a high weight, so you see the energy density of renewables is not so high than of fossil fuels. But we have found ways to optimize this, because we don't need so much energy, because the efficiency, for example, of a battery electric vehicle, of the electric engine is a fuel engine has an efficiency of 20%. The electric motor has an efficiency of 90%. So we don't need so much energy. So I think it will work, but it is clear we need a system. And what is important, no one will see fossil energy, because but renewable energy we will see the wind turbines, we will see the solar panels, we must see the renewable energy. And a lot of people are afraid of these panels, of hydroelectric power plants, of wind turbines, but we have to accept this. When we want to have this renewable energy, we will see this electric energy, and this is important. I think we have to accept this.
I think there's lots of really beautiful anecdotes. One of my favorite ones is like in the north of Scotland, I think it was, or maybe it was the west, somewhere pretty right wing. Okay, there was this wind turbine company that wanted to come in and build a bunch of turbines. The local council said, we think you're going to have difficulty getting it off of the ground because of the people, but they went and they lobbied, and etc. And this old woman who'd been living in that community for a really long time, the day that the wind turbines went up, she called her gardener, and she got her gardener to cut her hedge in half because she wanted to be able to see them. Because to her, they signaled the future, they signaled clean energy, they signaled health. And amazingly as well in the I'm sorry, I only have data really from the UK, but in the UK, 80% of people who are registered with the Conservative Party, which has lost its mind in recent years, are pro more deployment of onshore, offshore wind, any solar panels, everything. It really does seem to be a movement amongst the most populaces around the world, but one that is kind of denigrated as like a political split by media perhaps. Denis, what has been your experience with regards to people's receptivity to this technology?
I think we...
Is this on?
Hello? Yeah. I think we need to accept the fact that we need to do things to see the next problems. So it's like, we will evolve, we will do things, but every evolutionary step is bringing their own problems again. So why not exploring on these problems? So isn't it a beauty to basically challenge the status quo and then pushing for a solution and finding out, all right, it solves one problem, but it generates a whole different beast of problems or challenges. But also those can be tackled. So let's say to those who are resilient to change, things will change, that's for sure. And in my eyes, we need to just see the beauty in it and try to push forward the things that we think that are right, and then see the problems resulting out of it and tackle those ones. So it's not about avoiding problems. It's facing problems, facing challenges, and accepting that not every solution is the right one. So I'm not standing here and say our solutions are the ones that are going to solve everything. We are just we think we are a part of a solution. And that's how we approach it, I approach it.
Excellent, thank you very much. I have to say, I am a little bit worried of like the whole move fast, break things, figure out how to clean it up, especially when we're talking about, our ecosystems. And I was having this debate last night, actually, in a different event where we were talking about urgency and how to respond to urgency. And people are saying, we need to move fast and we need a warlike footing. War metaphors were used a couple of times. And I was like, we could also just pause. That is one way to cap emissions for 6 months or whatever. Just slow down and figure out what we're doing while we're doing it to see if we can try and mitigate some of these second and third and fourth order effects before we hit them.
Iterate, yes.
Yes. But I think what I particularly love about solar buses is they can be deployed in nations that are going to inevitably have to go to diesel, essentially, first of all. And obviously, we literally cannot run a society without steel. But contextualizing these technologies within an economic and political paradigm, I think, is absolutely key to understanding what those mitigation effects might be. And also the fact that we all need to get involved in promoting them, essentially, because they are not just inevitable evolutions of society. Yeah? Yeah? Great. Okay, I think that's us. Thank you very much. Oh, Thomas, unless you have something to say.
I only want to say, so not in my backyard is not the right answer to solve the problems.
No,
what I want to say is that this is the so NIMBY principle, not in my backyard, is not the solution.
Yeah.
That we should, everyone should just keep in mind.
Yeah, get it in my backyard. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you. Great, thanks. That way, I think. That way. All right, so our next panel is on systemic change through climate literacy. That will be hosted by Miha Tursik. So I'd like to invite Miha and the panelists, Christian, Gerstetter, Beatie, Wolfe, and Konstantin Mitzgut to the stage now. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Rachel. It's my honor to introduce this final session of today's Studiotopia. And we're gonna address a bit complex and critical topic that we're talking about. It's climate and environmental literacy. So how do we know? What are we talking about? What is the planet? What is the environment? And how do we know it? And I guess we all agree that it's a bit hot today inside here, right? But definitely people don't agree on what is the world that we live in. And our late Bruno Latour even says, you and I don't live on the same planet. It's that harsh. So nature as a resource is a common narrative of our Western economy. And the economy takes this narrative for granted, yet it's historically imposed on our society from matters of power. Great acceleration is presented as a fact of a human activity, yet most of us don't have any say about these human activities behind the Great Acceleration. And why the planetary governance builds on this notion of a systemic understanding of the world, this same system is more a blueprint of planetary extraction than the care of it. So we don't have a planetary care at all. So those that use and own the land don't usually inhabit this same land. So all these conflicting environmental imaginaries that coexist at the same time and we don't agree on them are not just abstract ideas in our heads. With more than 95% of the earth, so 95% of land and oceans and the atmosphere is under substantial impact of human. So it really matters how we imagine and what we do with these images in our heads. And this means that we live on a planet made by people. But luckily, some of the people that make our planet more hopeful are here with us today, so there is hope. And let me first introduce Christiane Gerstetter, dear climate lawyer, that joined the Berlin office of Climate Earth in 2019. And she leads German team working on fossil infrastructure. She's also a member of investment committee of the EcoWorld, the ethical investment company. And she has been involved in social movements for many years. So, Christiane, word is for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks. It's very nice to be here. When I got the invitation to speak here, I was very thrilled because I frankly don't speak a lot at arts and culture festivals. My pass here says artist somehow, but actually I'm a lawyer, as I was just introduced. And I guess I was invited to speak here because I work for a global environmental law charity that is called Client Earth. And our mission is to use the power of the law to create systemic change, because a future in which people and the planet thrive together isn't just possible, it's essential. I think we all know that. And we do that work of using the law in 8 offices in Europe, North America and Asia, and work in more than 60 countries. And I think relating to the topic of the conference, it could probably be called a way of engaging with what some call active hope. Like, we don't sit just on our couch. We have an idea, and we think it's a good idea on how we can actually change the world for the better, how we can combat the multiple ecological crises that we are seeing, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, the pollution crisis. And then we basically get stuck in, roll up our sleeves or pull out our laptop keyboards and have a go at it. And I want to share a bit more about how we do that. So our approach is that we use the law along its entire life cycle. And by that, I mean that laws, in a way, get born at some stage. Some ministry writes them, the parliament then decides to enact them. And in that process, we sometimes get involved through providing expert advice on the law, sometimes also through campaigning. And then when laws are in place, sometimes they are applied and enforced well, and sometimes they aren't. And when we come across instances where we think the law is not properly enforced, then we might kick into action. We might take authorities to court, just to make sure that the law, the good legal rules that we have in some areas, are actually properly applied. And then there's also sometimes countries or areas where perhaps there's actually not preconditions in place for doing that kind of legal work. Because there's perhaps not a strong court system, or because there is no civil society actors who can do that legal work. And then we engage in training, in capacity building. And why do we place our hope in the law? We do so because we think that changes in the law and how it is applied and interpreted oftentimes have a long-lasting and far-reaching systemic effect. And it's the kind of effect we now need, the kind of change we need. And we believe that the law has these properties because it is, by its nature, often a sort of long-lasting thing. Like a constitution is something that often is in place for decades or even centuries. And even sort of a simple law doesn't get changed every day. So when you put it in place and it's strong and it protects the environment, you can really do something with it for a long time. And also laws obviously apply generally across the board. So, for example, if you enact a strong, let's say, supply chain law in a country like Germany, where I'm from, that will regulate tens of thousands of companies in the 3rd largest economy in the world, and that does have a serious effect. And this is why we believe we can do something with the law. Law can be used to control power, and that's sometimes what we try to leverage. But we are also obviously mindful of the fact that law can also be used to exercise power and to control. Does this approach work? Generally, yes, not always. But I want to give you a few examples of where it has worked. One case that we supported was against KLM and its greenwashing of the sustainability of flying. We brought that case. We said KLM couldn't sort of present the sustainability of flying the way it does, and we won. So KLM can no longer do that. We won a case against the UK government over its not fit for purpose climate strategy, and supported a successful case against the German government, which failed to act appropriately for clean air. We won both cases, so the governments need to go back to their desks and come up with better action. We won a case against an Italian regional government, which is now obliged to better protect Lake Vico, and that's the lovely lake you see on the photo, against the effects of intensive agriculture in the area. And that's basically or mostly hazelnuts in the area. And if you like to eat a certain chocolate spread for breakfast, you can now make the mental link to that case. And we also joined forces with others to push for the adoption of the EU's nature restoration law, and the law got adopted in the end. But perhaps the last example also shows that we are sometimes not fully successful, or perhaps sometimes also not successful at all, because, yeah, as I said, law is about hope. We do think it works, but it doesn't always work to perfection or exactly the way we want it to work. So in the case of the nature restoration law, which is a great law of the EU that basically obliges member states to restore nature, there was initially a more ambitious draft, and then there was a lot of campaigning against it. And then it got watered down, and it was actually a success that it got adopted in the end, thanks to massive efforts by a lot of civil society organizations and citizens across the EU. I think what really helps us, what makes us more likely to be successful, is that we collaborate with others, with other NGOs, with funders, with external lawyers, with technical experts, academic institutions, with individual and local communities, and sometimes, and perhaps that's most interesting to you, we also cooperate with people from the culture and art world. You see some of the headlines we have on our webpage on past cooperations, and we want to continue to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, if you have an idea, feel free to talk to us.
Thank you, Christiane. Oops. Hello. Thank you. Next one, Beatie Wolfe. Vice magazine would describe you as a musical weirdo, but Ars Electronic and I skipped that because Ars Electronica awarded you with a Golden Nika for your smoke and mirror work, right? Which is shown at Lentos, if I'm correct. But there's also projection of the From Green to Red on the Ars Electronica Center, right?
Yes. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, so you're seeing a little bit of smoke and mirrors behind me, which I will tell you more about, which was, got this wonderful award. So for me, yeah, I'm an artist. I would never call myself a visionary, but that is the full quote. So to be not on the side of disinformation. I am an artist. I'm not a lawyer, but I end up, working with a lot of scientists, a lot of very different types of people. And I rebooted a program, Bell Labs program, that was called Experiments in Art and Technology, that began with Rauschenberg, Cage, and this idea that artists and engineers would be learning from one another. My environmental work, which has been there really since the beginning because of the connection with the natural world that I think we all have, really got activated when I was a teenager and went to see An Inconvenient Truth. And I left the cinema thinking, this can't be real. How are we in this position? I wrote a song called From Green to Red. Many years later, I was at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratories giving a talk to all the engineers and about my work. And one of the engineers at the end came up and showed me these atmospheric CO2 graphs dating back 800,000 years. So I then created this project. I think I actually have a slide. Let's see what happens. This project called From Green to Red, which was visualizing 800,000 years of rising CO2 levels. This ended up being presented at the Nobel Prize Summit, where I was speaking after Al Gore, David Attenborough, projected onto COP26 as the largest visual statement of the conference. It was at MIT, all these conferences and museums. And this was a way of taking, something that is so intangible, this kind of timeline, this amount of data, and turning it into, this isn't the actual piece. It was a woven digital projection where you could also move your hand over the visualization and pull out the carbon ppm at any point in the timeline. So people really got a sense of being able to actually feel the data. So then recently I realized, well, it's not just CO2, it's not just human impact. Obviously there are so many facets of why we are where we are, and a lot of them are pretty obvious, but some of them are not obvious, or so obvious. And one of those is the fossil fuel industry's attempts, or not even attempts, success in delaying, denying, and doubting the climate data that was emerging in the 1970s with great force. And it became a playbook that they would actually, discredit, and they'd find these ways of making this growing data and awareness something that people were really not seeing. So this became the next project, Smoke and Mirrors, which was about visualizing that which is very hard to see, these advertising campaigns that have been running since the 70s. Doomsday is cancelled, we're out to clean the air, the lies they tell our children, oil pumps life. These are all verbatim advertising campaigns from Exxon, BP, Mobil, all the usual players. And actually visualizing these advertising campaigns alongside the rising methane data set of the last 50-year period, which has doubled in terms of, the percentage. And a lot of people don't know about methane in the way they know about carbon. It traps 40 times more heat than carbon. It's increasingly linked with the oil industry. So as we are sort of on this ever, warming planet, with this whole other sort of aspect of the emissions that we're not seeing, why has that occurred? And I think a big part of that has been this Smoke and Mirrors campaign. So I think that is the end. Oh no, and now we're into something else. Okay, this is something completely different. I don't know if I can go back. So this project, which, it's being exhibited at the moment, and then this is the one that got the award. It's just come out. It was set to a track I created that was also the first bioplastic record in the world with Michael Stipe and Brian Eno's environmental charity. Because obviously music, art, is humanizing that which often we only really feel on a cerebral level, and often it doesn't even get to that level because we kind of switch off. But the fact that the music was produced in a way where it's entirely environmentally sound was very important. So this was a record that was made entirely without PVC, petroleum, and is the first sort of eco-vinyl of its kind. So I think that's about it.
Thank you. Thank you. And now our last person who is making our planet more hopeful, Konstantin Midguch. He's a researcher, author, game designer specializing in transformative learning experiences and digital games. He's also the founder of the game design agency, The Playful Solutions.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, so I think after the legal and the artistic side, we will now tab a little bit into playfulness. And an interesting question is, you just mentioned music, which is, I think, one of the strongest media form we probably have to reach the masses. And I think games and play is another media form that has an enormous potential when it comes to reaching people, particularly when we talk about climate literacy, right? This question of when are people actually learning? You mentioned the movie, Inconvenience, but a lot of people start with games. A lot of young people these days, that's the go-to medium. And interesting question is, why should we have games in mind when we talk about climate literacy? And I think an interesting example here is what players enjoy in games is a sense of agency. And this is, I think, one of the core things that we often overlook. Because if there's one thing you don't have as a young person, it's agency. We all have been young and we all know how it feels to be actually trapped in a school system or with parents, and you want to kind of like do something and you actually realize you can't, right? And I think what games do is you feel you are in power. Of course, it's a simulation. Of course, nothing really happens. But what really is suddenly possible for these people is really impressive because it gives them a sense of power. And for instance, here is a game called Smart City Plan. It's where people do nothing else than organizing public transport systems perfectly. So you need to imagine there are thousands of people that every night, and these are not just kids, these are adults, thinking about what traffic light to change so the bus systems work really well in Toronto. This is what people do for fun because they feel I have agency. They feel that I can do this and then I can see if it works. And then they go outside and then they lack that form of agency. And I think particularly when it comes to climate change, and that's where misinformation works so well, if you take people the power away and say you can't do anything anyway, what happens is a form of depression. You just don't want to hear about it anymore. A second form, and I think the Rubik's Cube is such a good metaphor here, games are always about overcoming challenges. So the climate issues we have is a perfect example from a playful mindset. Suddenly we have a shared challenge and now we need to overcome it. Of course, in games, often there are no real world consequences. Climate is a bit different. So, but the main thing would be, if you look into games, the reason why somebody can solve a Rubik's Cube in 5 seconds and others cannot at all is that you learn it step by step, right? Games always give you this feeling of you can learn it and you go step by step, and that's when the power really evolves further. And I think that's another thing when it comes to climate literacy. We have to make sure that we kind of like don't scare people away by the complexity of the issue immediately. It is a very complex issue, but if you want to do something that intrigues people to really be included, you need to find challenges that they can overcome step by step. And another one is, I think what games are really good at is to give you a new form of perspective on something. I think another problem we often see is that people are pretty fixed in their perspective on something, right? And the question is always, when does your perspective change? It's often movies, it's sometimes books, it's sometimes a person we trust that can make an argument that really changes something, but it's much more about trust and emotions than logic, sadly, right? Here's a beautiful example from Minecraft where they recreated the last forest in Europe that is still natural, Białowieża in Poland, now pretty taken down by the Polish government to build a wall to Belarus. And they recreated it in Minecraft. And then they had an exhibition and showed everybody what they built. It was over 50 billion blocks on Minecraft, and then they burned it down in front of everybody. And there was, of course, a big shock, but they meant, you get it, right? We don't want to burn down the real forest, but suddenly people could feel that they just burned down the last natural forest of Europe. And I think what this really does is the kids that participated in this got the message, their parents got the message, and it had quite a big media outlash afterwards, how you can use playful tools in an interesting way. And finally, a thing I really like is there is a new trend now to get games and playfulness into elderly homes. I think we should be aware we're all going to pretty much end up in an elderly home, one way or the other. And I think it should be better, right? It should be more playful, it should be more fun. It's kind of funny that we look away from this all the time. It's not so climate change, but the point is we're going to go into a future that's a bit tricky. And I think I would be more hopeful to use playful and interesting solutions about the way we address issues, and so we can, create hope for our future too. That's it about playing games.
Thank you. It feels like that this immediate experience with environment, so barefoot walking in the grass, going to the forest, doesn't really help solve the climate problem. And it feels like that as society we're still unequipped to understand and address the problem in a way that we would change the curve. It's still going up. And it also feels like that looking into what we call a nature is also not enough. It feels like that we more have to look toward ourselves. So the human, the people, what we call the anthropos. And maybe Christiane, since you are from the legal context, I would ask you to extend a bit on understanding these legal frameworks, the policies that shape the environment. So we said that the planet is made by people. I guess the legal frameworks, systems contribute to that. Especially in this context, we're a bit romantic. When we see a hill with a forest, is so beautiful. But from the legal perspective, these are legal objects. And there are different policies, approaches. Some see them as something useful, so let's cut them and use them. Or they're, okay, let's conserve them, prevent all this abuse. And then we have these indigenous cultures that coexist, co-live with the environment. So can you just a bit elaborate what is this legal object, or what are these legal objects, and how they're different from this personal, romantic view on these green things that surround us?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. Obviously, when I start working on a case as a lawyer, what I have in front of me is not usually a mountain or a watercourse. I have a text, like the text of the law, and it's very technical, right? It is about emission limits, you know, how many micrograms of that pollutant actually can a coal-fired power plant emit. Does it emit less? Does it emit more? I need to talk to technical experts. Then I need to understand the definitions, and, you know, the definition of whatever section 3, paragraph 2 will then refer me to section 9 of paragraph 10, second sentence. And, you know, it gets all very much like a technical exercise. And I think when we then sort of bring our cases, what we actually need to do is transfer that sort of technical language back into something which reminds people of why we're actually doing that. Yeah. So, for example, when you look at our website, you will see a lot of images of beautiful nature, because after all, this is what is the objective behind all of that legal work. We also need to explain that to judges sometimes, why it is actually important to protect protect nature. And I would concur with what you've said, that I think environmental laws these days are mostly thinking of nature as an object divided in sort of certain parts, you know, air, clean water, biodiversity that is to be protected against encroachment, and those laws have different strengths in different areas. But I think there is so far very little law, at least in Europe, where nature is also a subject, you know, where a tree has a right. I mean, there's a law being made in Spain recently about some kind of lagoon, Mar Menor, which every sort of lawyers were very interested in, because it was for the first time actually saying, well, that piece of water basically has a subjecthood as nature. But I think that's not the dominant way of doing laws so far. But I think there are also discussions going on among lawyers on whether that's the right way of doing the law. Some people say we need rights for nature, so, you know, to think of nature more as subject, which then, from a sort of legal technical point of view, raises a lot of other issues, because I think it would still always be humans that, you know, go and defend nature in court, for example, because obviously the tree will not walk into the courtroom itself and say, here I am, I have rights. It will need to work in a different way. So I think kind of this, whatever nature or the environment is in the law, will always be mediated through humans. And sometimes also humans who themselves have human rights related to nature. So I think that's also an aspect of how nature plays a role in law these days. For example, when people claim a right to a healthy environment and, you know, to be protected from dirty air, for example, or dirty water, all these kinds of things.
But do you also look at, I mean, we have thousands of years of history, actually, of interacting and regulating and governing our environment. Do you also look into non-Western, let's say, understanding of nature? Because they have different approach, different understanding, different, literally, governance of their livelihood. Is that also something it can help you? Or not? I mean, I'm just trying to look beyond this obvious, taking for granted narratives of nature, of legal systems. Can you go further on from that?
I mean, we are a global organization, so I think the ways we work is quite different from country to country. And, you know, in some countries where we work, there may be these sort of local communities that we work with. And then obviously the way they understand nature, the way they live is kind of important in collaboration for us as well. Personally, I work more in Germany where we don't have these, indigenous traditional communities that have their own way of dealing with nature that strongly anymore. But I think sometimes it becomes important, for example, in agriculture-related cases where we have obviously farmers that work a lot with nature in very different ways, sometimes very ecological ways and sometimes not so. So, then that becomes an input and the conversation of, when we, for example, suggest regulation, how does that work for farmers? What do they have to say about it? Does it actually work? So yes, I think that kind of knowledge is definitely at some level very important.
Super, thank you. Beatie. Also in your case, I'm interested a bit what's the human part of the story, especially in the context of the smoke in the mirror, more into the mirror. So where all these notions of disinformation that trigger our affects, the wrong sides of our reactions. Can you unpack a bit the mirror part of your research and of your work?
Yeah, I can try, because actually it's very hard. It's purposefully very difficult to see, and it is almost like being in a hall or a room of all of these mirrors, where everything is reflecting differently. The video piece, which is only 4.5 minutes, because the intention was to really in a short space of time translate, the data set and these advertising campaigns, a selection of the advertising campaigns, into something everyone could absorb and see, that was inclusive, that was accessible, that was emotive. Because that's something we really need. We need that feeling. Otherwise, we don't really care. We don't really change. It's very easy to become sort of, for something to flit into our minds, but to really be aware of it on a level where we change our behavior and we change our habits and we change our programming. And actually, I think a lot of that got dislodged with the digital era, because the digital era fast-tracked so much of what it meant to be a human being on the planet without reflecting the costs in the fast-tracking process, which is why we now have these deficits, because so many things were seemingly, this is so much easier, this is so much better, but what are the true costs? We've never really seen the true costs in a lot of cases, and I'm sure that's what Christiane is looking at more. But for me, like with Smoke and Mirrors, there were so many advertising campaigns. There were so many, whether it was posters or, ways that things would be approached, talks, booklets. This is how we're gonna, delay this. These are the tactics. Essentially it was a playbook of, as I said, delay, doubt, deny. And you see it in this piece that I made. I wanted to show all the different tactics, from putting the onus onto the individual, it's your carbon footprint, to then discrediting the scientists. They don't know what they're talking about. Of course, global warming isn't real. To then saying, well, actually, no, we're out to clean the air. We're going off and, put a daisy in your exhaust. So it was all these different tactics. And obviously in the US and the UK, there are no sanctions. They were going essentially unchecked. So the Secretary General did come out recently, about a month ago, and say that, fossil fuel companies should really no longer be allowed to advertise. But this is 2024. It's really kind of just blows my mind. So in a way, as an artist that wasn't particularly intending to go completely down this rabbit hole, and on the website you see a lot more of the information and the campaigns and the data, I realize it's much more of a rabbit hole than we even know. And you could apply that to almost anything going on in the world, politically, environmentally, socially, in terms of our value system and what is hidden to protect this constant growth economic model of, there are these infinite resources and we don't have to take any accountability for this sort of capitalistic models. And I think smoke and mirrors, just the methane and fossil fuel advertising is just the tip of the melting iceberg about all of these value systems and structures that we need to rebuild with, I think, two things that we really safeguard: art and nature. Neurologist Oliver Sacks identified those are the two things that keep us really vital as human beings. So we need to be doing everything we can to protect that which serves us, and serves us in the truest sense of reciprocal, symbiosis, not just extractive means.
I mean, if I understand you correctly, this the climate and environmental literacy is also media literacy. It goes hand in hand. Also, the flat earth narratives are more about the media and communications and addressing authorities, the environment itself. Konstantin, at your work, gaming experiences, there is this phenomena of a role. So when you play, perform, game, you identify through the role. Can you maybe elaborate how these roles in games then translate into our roles in real lives? Because I kind of feel like you were talking about the agency of children. How is this transition? I mean, how do you observe it? How do you see it? Is there any?
Yeah, so I think the good and the bad news is it doesn't work. So the good news, because that means shooter players don't shoot people. It also means people that play environmental games are environmentally any smarter than anybody else. And that's so good in that sense. The question is, what are we doing with this, right? Like, I think this is, one part that would be our job is to help translate, right? And like in the examples before, like a legal case needs to be translated for normal people. I think, I don't know what legal things are doing, but the language seems to be quite abstract, right? And art can be such a good bridge between translation of what's happening, showing it in a new way, so it opens a door suddenly. And I think the same is true with play and games, right? The idea would be to say, if you're interested in this, if you feel so intrigued in this world, so you spend hours and hours of cultivating it, why do you not care about our planet right now, right? Like, what happened there? And I think that would be our job, because we have a door open here. And again, there are billions of people who spend billions of hours creating virtual gardens and not caring about their street and putting trash on the, somewhere. And we need to help them translate this. And I think there is an opportunity, because I think what these roles show us is that humans have the capability. This is what gives me hope, right? In certain contexts, an asshole can be nice, right? How, right? And the question would be, how can we use it? How can we get people involved that they kind of like show their better self? And I think art, playfulness can sometimes enrich that. But there is a job for us to help translating, because without somebody supporting it, there is a little bit of a lack in translation. Then a role that is super beneficial in the game doesn't jump over into reality.
Thanks. We're getting quite into the end, but before we wrap up, I would really ask you, we're full of this, let's say, negative images of environment, of climate, so the end of civilization, end of the world, they are everywhere. But today we're talking about hope. Can you maybe imagine hope and describe how you imagine hope? It's not about only future. It's also, can we even imagine hope for the climate, for the environment, for the media literacy, literally? Can you describe maybe how do you see it?
Yeah, the question where humanity will end up with all of this, I think, is a big one, and I wouldn't, sort of venture to offer a guess. But I feel I'm very lucky and privileged, because I am sort of in an organization and perhaps also in a part of society where I feel a lot of people are very active for making this world a better place and for, protecting the environment. And I think it goes a bit perhaps back to what you said about agency. I mean, this feeling of I can actually do something when I act with others, and we can see progress in some areas, perhaps very small progress, but it is there. I think that is, for me, hope. I mean, the quintessence, or like the essential part of hope, actually. So it is people going together, be it in a courtroom or perhaps also somewhere else, and just, doing things in a different way and seeing improvements. I think that for me is hope.
I would say that the natural world is hope. Like every time I discover something new, like dark oxygen, in the seabeds, I think the natural world is the epitome of hope, the epitome of intelligence, the epitome of technology. We think we're so great with our technology. We're nothing compared to the natural world. Art, best art is also in nature. Everything really is in nature. We are in nature, but we've just taken ourselves outside of nature. And actually seeing a lot of, the land back movement, you talked about, the indigenous perspective, and seeing land being given back to actually peoples who had that sort of sense of stewardship and husbandry in a way that was really tuned in. So yeah, those are the two things that give me hope.
Nice. As I mentioned, what gives me hope is play. And we thought we were going to do a little experiment with you guys, if you're up for it, to show you how hope feels in action. But it's going to take a 2-second transition to do so. So let's give a hand to the panel so far. And you two also have the chance to run off because it's going to take half an hour. So feel free to also, find your seats. Okay, feel free to play. Okay, so we will now talk about the power of play and how it could give us hope. And it's going to go down like this. I'm going to do a 5-minute introduction, and then we're going to play together. You will need your mobile phones. You will not need to download an app. It will be browser-based. If you don't have a mobile phone, congratulations. Maybe find a neighbor who has one. But you have a couple of minutes left to do that. Without further ado, it would be nice if you can start my presentation, just to do a little bit of an intro. And then I think I will give it away. And the core thing that I would like to talk about first is when we think about games and playfulness, the question would be, how can we tackle that? So the first thing we would like to talk about would be when we think about life as a game, it's a quite interesting way of approaching complex systems. And the case for that is that a game always breaks something down into its core, right? And people have done this before, and actually, I think we just talked about it, that there's often quite a potential in doing that by thinking about what games are already out there that we can talk about that already try to reduce a system. So the first game I would like to talk about would be the game of Risk. So everybody knows the game Risk? Quick hand up if you know Risk. Excellent. In Risk, you have a territory, a space, and you have to use your little plastic figure and move it to a territory and conquer it, right? Many of you might know Risk for losing your best friends, because that's, I think, the hidden curriculum behind Risk. But when you think further, it would be that actually what you do in Risk is that people start hopeful. And that's very interesting in comparison to reality. Normally you have the same starting point in a game, right? Often you defeat the other, and then there are these players that feel really bad afterwards, and those who don't. And those who don't are often the people who win in Risk. The strongest survives, and no mercy really helps you to play. The main point here would be that this is an approach we see a lot in life right now. So life as a game of Risk is very typical. The next game that we can think about what if life would be a game of poker. So in poker, you bet on your hand and you think, can I convince the others that I have a better hand than the others? So poker is a game that is completely full of this aspect of overcoming the other one by perceiving them, by pretending to be something. So on one hand, it's luck, but the idea is that you manipulate the others to think that you're better off. And I think this is such a good mechanic how our world works too. We just talked about it, marketing, messaging, storytelling, right? So you kind of like give people the sense that you are better than they are, and often they believe you. Or what if life is a game of monopoly? That's pretty much risk, but you just rent out the space you have conquered, right? The idea is you move there, and when you think about monopoly as a game, at real house monopoly, in real world, the only problem is that some people start with houses and others don't, right? And it's funny that we still pretend that it's a fair game. And we grow up with a generation that does not have hope anymore to ever own space, right? It is very interesting what that does to our society. Or is life a game of Twister? So there is some randomness around, and then suddenly you put your body on a space, and then there is a chaotic mess, and often it leads to sex. But the point would be people like it because there's chaos, there's fun, there is weirdness. So when we now think about life as a game, what are we really playing here? What are we actually doing? And the core thing is we are playing a form of mono-risk poker Twister. We live in a world today where there are really strange rules. Nobody knows what the real rules are, and they change. So you think you play Monopoly and somebody tells you play Twister. You think you play poker and somebody plays Risk on you. So the problem that we just talked about in this question of agency is, how can I have a feeling of agency if the rules are constantly changing based on somebody? And the question is, who made the rules? What rules are we even talking about here? And really, that's the thing we have to be aware of. We live in a world where it's very unclear what the rules are. And sometimes we are told there are certain rules, and when we reach them, we're told they are not the real ones. So if we now ask the question, in a game you would always ask, why are you even playing? What is this game and why are we doing this? And why in games you always pretend that something matters, right? Why are we pretending that this matters? And I think we've all seen this phenomena. You start a board game, you don't really care, and 2 minutes later you're in an emotional battle with somebody. And you're like, why? Like suddenly you care because there's an energy generated around you when we take the game serious, right? And that's the same with art. We look at something and suddenly it matters to us. And if we take that one step further, the core point would be, why are humans doing this? So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the most successful art piece in the history of mankind. It is Baby Shark. It has 5 billion hits on YouTube. If you have never heard this, go online and listen. It will never leave your mind again. That's the reason why it does that. You can imagine how bad it is. The point is, it's a really cheap song about a baby shark and little kids dancing to it. Parents show it to their kids because for 2 minutes they have peace, or is it 2 minutes? Actually, yeah, 2 minutes, 16 seconds of peacefulness. This is the most seen art piece of humanity. That's what we're dealing with. And the point would be because somebody thought, why not making a really silly song about sharks? This is what humans actually are also. We're quite silly humans. We're silly creatures. I'm sorry, I insulted somebody. Okay, so the question would be, what if we would start to play consciously? What if we understand that life is a game that we can play, where we can say, what are the rules? Who am I in this game? What are my skills? What can I bring to the table? And I think the two panelists before are such a beautiful example, is that you can step up and think about, what am I doing in this game? You know, I'm not a victim. I'm not being played. What can I provide, right, in form of a game? And suddenly the whole thing seems quite different, right? And I think that's kind of an opportunity we can use. And finally, what if we start to set our own goals, our own rules, right? And I think also talking before, often companies, politics tell us we cannot, but the point would be, why not? Why not setting our own goals? Why not defining our own rules? And why not deciding that we're going to play together? And that's the point now, is life is a multiplayer game, per se. If one of us would be alone, wouldn't work very long. Definitely not for 2 generations. So now the question would be, does playing games give us hope? And we thought we're going to show you that we can do it. And we will now play a game. And in this game, we're going to bake a planet, a new one. Yeah? It's going to take about 25 to 30 minutes, and it's going to need all of you. And I'm going to say this, if you're super shy, it's fine. We love you. You might need to talk to somebody at a certain point, okay? Just so you know. So I would like you to now take out your mobile phones, and we will fire up the game in a second. And you will scan with your QR code, and thereby your phone gets your controller. Yeah. You can press start. You see the QR code here. In the beginning, you will be asked 3 to 4 questions because we have to first evaluate the state of the planet we are on, right? Because maybe it's the perfect planet anyway, then we will only play for a minute because you're super happy. If not, here's an opportunity to play a new game. Do you want to refresh first? Okay. 1 second. Are we going to refresh? Because then you get a new QR code, right? Okay. 1 second. There was just a check if your mobile phones work. Everybody's mobile phone worked. Nice, 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 nice. It's a very elaborate test. So, but you got the drift. So what you're going to do is you're going to scan in, answer the 3 to 4 questions. Please do it again, the scanning now, because otherwise you will play alone, and we don't want that. Now you do it. Thank you. The last question, you might have to talk to your neighbor. If your QR reader doesn't really work, you can also type in the teamplay.com and this. And when you're done, please press on submit. By the way, if for some reason you got kicked out of the game, you can anytime scan the QR code again and rejoin us. We will have enough time. Okay, so. Nice. People are coming in. All right. Okay. And again, while the game is going on, you can at any time just scan the QR code and jump back in again. And now let's go into the game and let's look at the first data. Communication. 65%. Not enough. Sorry for that. Collaboration is kind of nice on the planet. Not ideal. Oh my God. That's a record we have seen so far. So a lot of unnecessary emails and very short time for breakfast. So looking at the data here, it's one of the things, and also what we discussed in the panel, we might have to reconsider a new planet. We don't do this Elon Musk style and really go there. This is an experiment, don't worry about it. So the idea now would be, what if we could create a planet that is the way we would want it to be? And therefore, we will now go into a very special place we found where you can bake planets. Yeah. So we will now collectively create a planet, and we're going to go to the Cosmic Bakery, where we have a specialist on the topic who is supposed to help us creating a new one.
Konrad, you again. What is it this time? I hope you don't bring those interns again that mess up even the most easy banana bread.
So we are here at Ars Electronica. This is Tiramisulon, our pastry chef, Elian. We have a group of about 40 people here. Beautiful, so far what I see, good looking. They probably have some baking. Anybody with baking skills? Anybody who likes We don't have any baking skills, so that might be a bit of an issue, but hopeful. It's an art conference, so there's an interest in art. So I think we can do it. I hope so. And I'm Konstantin.
Okay. I'm looking at your poll results right now. Yet another complicated case. Which means you really need the best chef in the universe. And it seems to be your lucky day because, of course, that's me. So, Konrad, I'll take it over now.
Okay, good luck.
Welcome to the one and only Cosmic Bakery. Here, we will bake a new, well-fitting planet for you. Trust me. Work together and communicate. Then we'll have our own planet before you can say Cosmic Bake Off. First, we'll design our planet. Then we fire up the cosmic oven. This is the hologram that mirrors the design process.
Let's look at the hologram. You're gonna build this one up. Beautiful.
Let's start with a very basic and simple task. We need a name for your new planet. Please collectively decide on a name. Enter a name for your planet on your device.
Easy first task. Please, one collective name for the planet. How do you want the planet to be named? It's a profound opportunity. I hope you make the best out of it. And please don't use swear words. We will all see them. If it's too late, we'll see. Okay. I loved all the communication between of you, so we can really have a shared name. It was very silent, but let's see how it goes down. I'm also going to let you know he has a bit of an attitude, so don't worry about that one. But let's see how the results are looking. Okay.
Okay, that was on me. Obviously, you'd all give me different names. Here, let me help you find some common ground. I've sent you different things on your devices. Can you figure out what they have in common?
Okay, now you have to help each other. He gives you some hints to find a shared name. You will probably need to talk to each other to figure that one out. Some people can type, some others have hints. Find your neighbors, and you might need more than one neighbor for this one. One last minute, 1 minute. What do all these things have in common? What could be the one name that they all have in common? Oh. You figured it out? Ooh. Nice, nice. We're warming up here. Okay, 30 seconds. All right, I think almost everybody's done. Let's see. Let's see where we are. 10 seconds. And
here's your result for the
ooh, that looks promising. That looks promising.
Yes, that's it. I think we have a great chance at a perfect planet if you continue communicating like this.
Good starting point. Excellent.
Based on your collaboration style, I think this should be the name of your
Electronica
planet.
Star
I think
Harmonia.
it's fitting. Next, I need to know what the core of your planet should be. Please don't say a giant ball of cheese. Unless you're a mouse. Then, I guess, it would be kind of perfect. Please put your choice into your devices.
So, what kind of core should your planet have? Look on your device and find in the selection what should it be. If you exchange it with each other, the likeliness of finding a shared one is higher. Otherwise, let's see, and...
the human struggle of not being mind readers and still trying to reach a consensus. Well, fear not. We'll use your system of democracy to agree on one solution. You have chosen an empathy core.
Nice. Empathy is the winner. This is how empathy looks.
But wait, the blueprint is missing color data. I need your help to put the correct color of your core. Empathy should be blue. Please select blue on your devices.
Very easy task. Blue. We just need one blue. Let's see if we all have the same understanding of blue as humans. Okay. Ooh!
Looks like we've managed to reach a consensus. But some of you seem to have a different eye for colors. To create the ultimate planet, we have to be more united than this in the next phase.
Okay, that was not 5 stars, but not 1 star at least. Okay, let's look further.
Great. That core should look better to all you humans now.
Looking nice.
Time for a little test of your collective memory. On your device is a question. Maybe ask your neighbors. They might know more than you think.
Okay, there's a question on your phone. Can you answer it? Maybe you can't. Then you might need to ask someone about it. Do you remember the answer you were given? Okay, 20 more seconds. $50 more seconds. Please make your choice. And 3, 2, 1. Oops. Authenticity and elephants.
Most of you got it wrong. Actually, half of you had different information. Helping each other out can be so enriching. Based on your baking skill, I suggest we go for the simplest form, a sponge planet.
The sponge is useful and beautiful.
Looking good. Nice. The planet base is starting to shape up.
Beautiful. Okay, let's try the next part of the planet.
Now it's time to pick the ingredients for your planet. What do you want it to be made of? We'll need to get you acquainted with the astromaterials assembly zone and otherworldly necessities, or AMAZON, as I like to call it. This is the handy-dandy AMAZON. Ingredients will come down this pipe. Decide together what is more important to you. Catch the ingredients you want for your planet when they hit the bottom line on your screen. Simply move your cart to the pipe of the ingredients you want to collect. If they can't speak emoji, help them out a little, Earthling.
Okay.
Let's start.
So, who likes to go for walks? You would have to go on the second. Yeah, now it's activated. And most of you like to go for walks. What about going for walks together? 2 people. Yeah, nice, done. What do you prefer more, reading or party? Ooh, party, reading. Okay, here we have it. Oh, okay. What about theater or music? Do you prefer... The newcomers, by the way, you can just scan the QR code and join anytime. Living in a house or in a big city? What do you prefer? City in the moment? Yeah. Cycling or yoga? Cycling wins in the moment. Yeah, cycling over yoga. Football, tennis or swimming? What do we prefer? We have more swimmers here in the moment. Yep. Video games, movies, writing or art? What do you prefer? Wow, that was close. Talking or listening? What do you prefer? Listeners here. The fact that you're here makes sense. And now what about this? How do you approach life? Whoa, that was close. Okay, with love. Beautiful. Okay.
Thank you for the translation. Let's see what's in the cart, shall we? Oh, don't worry about the bill. We're sending that to someone on Earth called Jeff.
Nice. So these are the values that matter to you on this planet. Let's see how that looks like.
An intriguing blend.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
There is a secret ingredient that I only reserve for the best smelling planet builders. You will need to guess what the secret ingredient is. You have been assigned 1 out of 5 letters. By working together, you should be able to decipher the secret ingredient from those letters. Please enter your guesses into your devices.
All right. So you have letters on your phone. What, fruit? Yeah, 20 more seconds. So some people can type it in. So you found it? We really need a winner. We need some 5 stars ratings. Everybody found it? Do you have 10 more seconds? Help each other. Yeah. And let's
Here's
see.
the result for the whole group.
Nice. Excellent work. Beautiful. Okay. So now let's see how that looks.
Wonderful communication.
Beautiful.
I seriously think we have everything we need to make this a medal-worthy planet. Here are my favorite crunchy sprinkles for being such a united bunch. Good job, team.
Okay.
And voila, a blueprint for a planet. Let's roll up our sleeves and transform this hologram into a real planet, shall we?
Beautiful. Let's really bake this now. And again, for those who are not in there,
Only
just
with
scan.
teamwork, you can make your planet as delicious as this fancy hologram. So let's get baking.
So we fire up the oven.
The first to do is to set up the galactic oven. Make sure you input the oven settings correctly.
All right, so can you fix the oven settings? As always, you might need each other for that one. Okay, we still need correct oven settings. Ooh, the first one was correct. Now it's wrong again. That was interesting. Circulating air. You have 1 more minute. We need the right settings. Yeah. Humidity. Circulating air is correct. Now this is happening. Time. Rotation speed. Nice. We still need... Wow, we just lost rotation speed again. That's interesting. If you figured it out, help your neighbors. We have 40 more seconds. Yeah, humidity is also. Now we just have heat. Heat. Yes, perfect. Okay, do yourself a favor and don't change the settings anymore. Even if you have 30 more seconds, that was very well done, very fast. Oh, we just we lost heat. Okay, if somebody really wants to fuck this up, this is your chance. Okay, so we have the perfect settings.
These settings are not exactly conventional, but they might just work as well.
Beautiful. Okay, so in the next step, settings are correct.
Great oven setting skills, everyone. You've ensured that your planet will be baked to the perfect consistency. Let's get started on that planet better. Gotta mix all those ingredients you choose. Just be careful, we don't want them to go flying off into the orbit.
Okay, this is gonna be tricky now. You need to find the perfect balance together. Good luck. And you have 20 seconds to do so. Yep. In the green area. But the machine is a bit...
All you have to do is move to the right position to keep the whisk steady.
Yeah. Get into...
Balance out the whip by dividing yourselves equally.
Nice.
Ready?
Ooh.
Set.
Okay.
Whip it.
No.
Oh dear, there goes a piece of the machine. I hope looks like you're going to have a mess of my kitchen.
Still yellow area. Let's do it one more chance. Okay, now the icing. Nice. Okay, brilliant.
This is embarrassing.
Oops. Something
I'll
fell
get
down
the
from the
machine fixed after this.
Nice, brilliant. Try to get as close to the middle as possible, so if something happens again. Okay,
I hope that piece wasn't essential.
Back in the middle. Yes. It's close. Okay, perfect. Well done. Nice.
Congratulations. You've earned yourself my praise.
Perfect. 4 stars. It's very good. We need one last thing.
It takes a lot of energy to create a planet. So, we're going to charge up some energy together.
Now we're gonna see how good you are.
How do we generate it, you ask? We just need to find a common language as a team. The faster we find it, the more energy we create.
Okay.
You have each been assigned a letter. By working together, you should be able to create a word from those letters. Once you found a correct word, you receive the next one. Please enter your guesses into your devices. The more you find, the better.
Okay, how many words can you generate to generate energy? Now you have to really... Okay. Yeah. Everybody put it in? Fun! Okay, first one. We need as many words as possible in 3 minutes. Next one. Oh, fitting. Yeah. And please type it in. Hope, nice. Next one. Let's see, unite. Number 3. Okay, next one. It gets harder. And what's the word? What's the word? Friend, excellent. Okay, so what's the next one? 1.5 minutes left. Okay, let's see, let's see. And let's see, what's the word? What's the word? Let's see, did everybody type it in? Was it submitted? Growth, excellent, okay, and five letters. Somebody said chair? Ah. Yeah. Share, nice. 20 more seconds. Six letters. Come on. Let's see. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Ah, almost. But
incredible teamwork.
Work.
Your
Super
synchronized efforts have unleashed a cosmic energy surge beyond measure.
Perfect. So now let's...
Congratulations! You have done it. Looks like it's time to unleash this little planet into the wild. Just hold that button and let the cosmic celebration begin.
Okay, hold the button and let's see your beautiful planet being born. Nice sound effect, thank you. And look at her. And now out into the universe. What a beauty. I don't regret the sponge moment at all. Ars Electronica Star Harmonia, you created this together. As you can see, you can clean a kitchen if you need, you can have a snack. Beautiful nuts around, lot of values, a clear beauty. Really well done. So,
behold, what a masterpiece. Konstantin, I am impressed. Your interns performed much better than I expected. Perhaps, at least there is hope for humanity. Is there anything else that you need me to do?
So I think we managed to create this planet together. You managed to work together on it. You solved 8 challenges as a group. So I think we can be quite proud of that. So I think in terms of baking the planet, we did everything we could. And I hope it gave us all a little bit of hope on what humans can do together. So no, I think we're pretty much good to go. Is there anything, that we can still do, or like a little,
Okay, dokey. So before you leave, I'll have a chef's treat for you. But I am very tired now. Since you feisty humans are capable of baking it yourself, I'll leave you with the ingredients. Bon appetit. And with that, I must bid you adieu. Thank you, and have a wonderful event.
Thank you very much. 4 out of 5 stars is brilliant. So first of a hand to each other for baking the planet. Congratulations. And now on your phone, you can send each other a final message. It's going to be randomized, sent to somebody. Please be kind, and maybe you can provide something that brings a little bit of hope to somebody here. You have a minute to do so, and you're going to get a random message back from somebody in the room. Gonna let you type. Also, shout out to Wiener Wirtschaftsagentur who funded creating this game. We created it together with Lost in the Garden. Developers are also here. And in our work, we really believe that playfulness can help us to create some hope in terms of developing not just our skills further, but also us as a society. I hope you saw it wasn't that easy as it seems to work together, but it's really doable. And we hope that we can, give you a little bit of hope with you to go home with. Thanks so much for taking the time, and enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone. We're just going to close out for the day. Thank you so much to everyone who joined us as audience members. Thank you to all of our panelists for your expertise and discussion today. And of course, thank you to the Studiotopia team who have put on this amazing event and brought all of these people here together. So please give a big round of applause to everyone who made this possible today. I just have one last request, that you get the QR code and give us feedback on today in the discussions. You can also fill it out on a piece of paper and drop it off at the door. And please come tomorrow if you are still in town. Tomorrow's event is on AI and artistic creation, bringing together artists, academics, researchers, technologists, and activists to share their perspective on how AI and artistic creation can intertwine. We begin here at 11 a.m. and there are 7 panels throughout the day on everything from legality to consciousness itself. Thank you very much, everyone. See you around. But thank you. Bye.